And welcome back again to another episode of your favorite true crime and criminal culture podcast. My name is Brendan.
And I am Malia.
And welcome to the show. All right, so make sure you guys that are just tuning in right now, you do all the podcast things, hit all the podcast buttons. If you're on YouTube, leave a like, comment, notifications. Notifications are a big one that everybody complains about, like all the content creators, all the viewers, literally everybody. So one way to get around that is to join our Discord, is to join our Patreon, is to join our Twitter. All of those give you the notifications. Whenever we're doing anything big, like a premiere into a true crime talk show, which we usually do 4 times a week, 2 to 4 times a week, we will post it all on there. So make sure you do all those things, and something that you can do for free, because if you want to help support us financially, that's amazing, and we appreciate you a ton, but something you can do for free that does a lot, I mean a lot, for getting us out there and getting us known, to help us get more momentum, to get to a place where we can do this full time, is hitting that like button, or is leaving a comment. It does a ton.
And leaving a podcast review on Apple or Spotify, Google.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So make sure you guys do all the podcast things. We're on literally every podcast platform, all the major ones, Apple, Amazon, Spotify, all of them. So leave us a review and a comment, and subscribe on YouTube, where we get into the majority of the fun with our viewers. And yeah, we can move on from there to the fun stuff. So welcome to Thought Riot Podcast, the only podcast you're going to get honest, intelligent, unscripted, and interesting conversations, bringing information we get and following it to wherever it leads, holding nothing back and sharing brutal honesty the entire time. We censor nothing.
And talk about everything.
Yes! Round of applause, everybody. All right, so let's dig right into it here. First, we'll go through what we're going to be talking about tonight, and then we'll get into our spotlight, and then we will get into it. So, do you want to open the floor? What are you talking about tonight?
Yeah, so tonight I'm going to be talking about addiction, how it relates to serial killers, is serial killing an addiction, and also how that comes into play with the Bryan Kohberger case out of Moscow, Idaho. Also, 1122 King Road, the home of the Idaho massacre, student massacre, is being demolished. They've signed off on it, at least from what we've seen. And the defense is also back there, so we're just going to have a conversation about that. And also talking about Dayton Leroy Rogers, a serial killer who was born and raised in Moscow, Idaho. Did not intentionally mean to pick all topics about Idaho, but it was just on the brain today, I guess.
Yeah, all right. Sounds like some good ones. So I am going to be getting into cloud forensics and what exactly that means, because like you said, the main case that we're covering, or 3 main, I would say, is between the Idaho 4 Bryan Kohberger case, Delphi, Indiana, and the Richard Allen case, Rex Heuermann and the Gilgo 4 case, but within that, Bryan Kohberger is a cloud forensics specialist, or was going to school to become one, and he was getting his doctorate degree in forensics, in general, policing and forensics. So what exactly does that mean? We just covered a topic the other night that we believe connects directly to this, so people have a more deep understanding of exactly what it is and what his specialty is and how it helps and or hurts this case. Number 2 I am going to be covering is the Rathdrum Coeur d'Alene cult.
There's a cult?
I mean, we're going to have to dig in to find out. I know everyone believes there's a cult out there. I know that our homie Drip Drop over there at Crime Circus has talked about the cult that's in Coeur d'Alene. So, I can't get that place off my mind. We've seen a couple different crimes come out of there. We hear people all the time talking about, like, that shady area, that this, that. So I've been digging into it, and I want to go over one of those stories. Now, for my third topic, I'm going to get into crime scenes and crime scene management. What should a proper crime scene look like when it comes to controlling it? How do we make sure that none of the evidence in the crime scene is tainted, has cross-contamination, to make sure that evidence can actually be used in court? Because if you just think about it, like, if you have a crime scene, right, and there's all this evidence in there, but then you have 50 investigators come in there without masks, without booties, without any of these things, what good is that evidence? You're not going to be able to use it. The defense is going to come out and be like, how do you know your guy on their shoe didn't bring that in here? You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And it's just going to cause a bunch of issues. So let's dig into that in line, of course, with the Idaho 4 case. And other than that, it's going to be a great show.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So let's get into our true crime content creator spotlight of the week. Drum roll. Get a clue.
Wait, he's not a content creator?
I know. I was laughing on the inside when I was saying that because I hope it bothers him just a little bit. We have like a professional response to it, like professional relationship back and forth. You know what I mean? Where he watches our content, we watch his content, and when we don't agree with each other, we usually make a video about it, explaining what we don't agree with each other. And honestly, I like that a lot. And when I personally have a vision of what the true crime community should look like, that's how I see it. Being able to communicate about these topics, but at the same time being able to be like, hey, I don't agree with that. Let me tell you why. And not have it come off like it's an attack. You know what I mean? A difference of opinion isn't an attack. If anything, I appreciate differences in opinion more than I appreciate people who think the same thing as I do, because I want my opinions to be questioned. And I feel like he does a very, very, very good job at that. However, yes, he doesn't like to be called a content creator. But
yeah, because his investigation into the Moscow, Idaho 4 Bryan Kohberger case is a personal, like, basically, I don't know, passion.
Yeah.
It's a personal passion for justice for all, as he says a lot.
Yeah.
That once this case is done with, he's done. He dives really deep into, the nitty gritty of the car, and various other things, DNA, really anything about this case. And, he isn't in it for monetary gain, from what he said, which is why he doesn't want to be called a content creator. Mm-hmm. He doesn't care about subscribers. He doesn't care about money. He just wants justice.
Yeah,
for everyone.
I hear you, but I'm still gonna poke at him and joke a little bit because, in my opinion, he is a content creator because, I mean, in the simplest terms, you're creating content, and with that content usually comes some level of education, at least in the true crime community or genre, and that's what he's doing. So I know he doesn't like to be called that, and, I just think it's funny. But viewers beware, okay? Anytime we are giving a suggestion of a content creator to check out, a person to check out, we're suggesting you go watch them. You go check out their stuff, And Get a Clue has a very specific presentation filled with a lot of satire. The way he presents it comes off as almost like ticking time bomb. And the only reason why I'm saying this is because we have a lot of our viewers who watch us who are torn down the middle, that either absolutely love him. I love him, but I like satire humor. I like that too. Really uncomfortable, like you can't tell if they're joking really or not. Is it just insanity or are they messing around? You know what I mean? I like that a lot. So, but a lot of our viewers are like, I just can't handle it. It stresses me out. It makes me anxious. So if you don't like that type of thing, completely understand it. But the information he brings is really good information and really great compare and contrast information and a general rundown of his opinions. So the way he presents it is really, really, really good. So,
yeah, and he
and I mean that complimentary. Everything I'm saying is meant to be a compliment. So.
Yeah, and he really goes in depth. He is like a fact finder, fact police. And he has a Substack, which we can post too. Yep. And it's incredible. And normally his videos align with what he posted in the Substack. But it's really, really good. I actually found the Substack before I ever found his videos. So
yeah. So make sure you guys go check him out. Let him know that we sent you. And, make sure you call him a content creator. No, not really. But, get a clue. We
Just
love
give
that
him
you're
some
here.
Love.
We love that you're here. And
we do.
We hope that you keep creating that content and bringing up concerns where you see them and digging in deep to explain the who, what, where, why, and how. So everybody else, make sure you check him out. His @ is at GetAClue429. At GetAClue429.
On YouTube.
Yep, on YouTube. And then the Substack is idaho4.substack.com. So pretty simple too. Make sure you check out his Substack if you're going to check out his YouTube page. So, yeah. Okay, moving right along here into the Thought Riot breaking news.
True crime breaking news.
True crime breaking news of the week.
Woohoo.
Woo.
Or cry?
I guess depends on what story we're talking on.
I got a good one that'll, I don't know. It was good to see. I guess it could be heartwarming, yeah. But
I don't know yet.
Yeah, we'll see. You'll see.
Okay, we'll share it.
Oh, okay. I'll start it out. So, I actually was scrolling through some shorts earlier today, and I ran across one where it's talking about a man who drug a police officer out of, like, the line of fire, basically. So
just a random guy?
Yeah.
Like a
bystander,
regular civilian?
A regular civilian. So this guy's name was John Lally, and he was saving a Texas police officer that goes by the name, I know I have it written down, John Gibson, who was only 29, and he was shot in the leg.
Okay.
And the guy was, like, you can hear the gunfire in the background of the video. So a carjacker, like, they had been trying to detain a carjacker, and the guy started opening fire on them, and he got shot. And this guy, John Lally, was standing nearby and, saw and went and grabbed him and drug him out of the line of fire and then helped him. And there's even video of him, like, holding his hand and talking to him about, like, how he was a criminal in the past and how, like trying to get him through the pain of when the paramedics and stuff are trying to help him and keep his mind on something else.
And And he said that he was a criminal before and stuff. That's
yes,
funny.
And that was a big part of this. Like when they had a press conference, that's what the chief of police, I think, or something like that, whoever like the head is that was doing the press conference, was saying, you know, it's pretty incredible. Like this man who's had a troubled history with police, you know, turns around his life and then is in this situation and saves a police officer. And like, he really put it on the line, man. He really did. Like, running into the line of fire, which, I mean, you know, not everyone is a hero, and not everyone is expected to be a hero. But when somebody goes that extra mile to try to save somebody's life, I mean, they deserve praise, you know? Yeah. It deserves to be, you know...
No, it deserves
I'm forgetting my word.
It deserves to be talked about, absolutely. And I think that where you were going with that, because one of the topics that we've talked about before is the fight, flight, or freeze. And that is what really determines whether somebody is going to be the classic American white knight. You know what I mean? And in a lot of situations like this, it can be really good. But there's also a lot of situations out there where it can actually be bad. So, no, I agree with you. And one of the things that I always like to highlight when we're talking about the fight, flight, freeze, I think it's one more actually, and I'm just drawing a blank, is that that's inherent. It's in you. It's not something you can change. It's not something you can do. You can get better at it by putting yourself into those situations. But yeah, I think regardless what the situation is, that's pretty incredible, because I think it would be very easy in a situation like that for the police to be involved in some kind of shooting with somebody and you just take cover for your own self. You know what I mean?
And let them deal with it.
100%. So, yeah, that is incredible. I'm glad that both of them are safe, because when you run out to go grab someone like that military drag or whatever, you're both open. You're both open for fire. You know what I mean?
Yep. The video is incredible. You know, if you can handle watching something like that, definitely check it out. But I just thought it was amazing. This was in Houston, Texas, about mid-November. And wow. This was a high-speed chase, and crashed and then turned around and opened fire. Now, the suspect did get shot and passed away. But I don't know. I mean, I was awestruck, like, especially because when you're in that kind of life, you know, or you have been, typically people I know that are in that type of life don't necessarily trust police officers or have respect for them, or have respect for authority in a lot of ways, or have been mistreated by police or mistreated by corrections officers, and it puts a bad taste in their mouth, and for good reason if they were mistreated, you know, or, you know, they have buddies that were, you know, they just know how it can be.
No, I agree.
So to put all of that aside, I mean, like we've said a million times, we support police, you know, wholly on this channel, and we believe in, you know, having them and supporting them, but also keeping them accountable. We need to commend them when they're doing well, when they're doing their jobs right, when they're being good public servants, and, you know, criticize and, you know, demand change when things are not good.
Yep. I could not agree more. I think that is the perfect way to explain that.
But the officer did make a full recovery, too. Yeah, he was shot in the leg and made a full recovery.
One thing I was going to say, too, just in response to you mentioning that the suspect was downed, was, look, when we're criticizing police, too, an important thing to remember is if somebody is shooting at the police, like, that is not what we're talking about when we talk about they should have, like, a trauma response. If you're shooting at a cop, dude, fair game. Like,
Yeah.
you are going down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I wouldn't expect any less
Me
because
either.
multiple factors. Not only is the police's life on the line, but some bullets can travel miles and miles and miles and miles. And do you know how many different people are in
Yes.
between the barrel of that gun and wherever the bullet goes? You know what I mean?
Right.
So the only logical option is to stop that from happening at all costs, because you don't know how many kids are in that bullet's path. So I expect a cop to shoot a suspect when they're shooting like that. So
Agreed.
The only time I expect to see less shooting, more trauma response, is when the suspect isn't shooting at them.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm glad that the cop is okay. I'm glad that the only person that was put down was the suspect in the situation, who, from all accounts, it sounds like they asked for this by opening fire first. So
Yeah, taking them on a long, like a high-speed chase and then turning around and shooting them after he crashed. It's like he clearly was putting the public at large at risk during this. But, you know, incredible work to the police officers in this situation, and to John Lally, the civilian hero who
absolutely
dragged him out of the line of fire. But let us know what you guys think.
All right, so Jeremy Lake Bailey, which, well, I guess it was a semi-big deal when it happened, but just recently on Tuesday received 3 consecutive life terms in the deaths of Anastasia Stevens and her stepmother Becky Stevens and Father Donald Stevens. This guy, I don't know if you remember, ended up ending his in-laws, his parent in-laws, and his fiance. And he was upfront and admitted to it when he was in court, and actually asked for the death penalty. So I don't know if this is supposed to be like, yeah, okay, we're not going to give you what you want. We're going to give you 3 consecutive life sentences instead of the needle. You know, I don't really know. But Judge Michael DeRada, I'm probably hacking that, so I apologize if I am, but sentenced Jeremy Lake Bailey on Tuesday to 3 consecutive life terms in the deaths of Anastasia, her stepmother Becky, and Father Donald in Salt Lake City, Utah. He says, "Your life has been spared. You were extended mercy that you were unwilling to extend to your wife and her parents. You are the beneficiary of that very mercy." And then multiple family members gave testimony, and it was just really heartfelt, really sad. It's just one of those situations, nothing like that needed to happen. And for whatever reason, we see it happen all the time where, you know, you have a guy who isn't happy with whatever's going on in his life and ending family members. What's the big one right now where he shot his kids? What's that guy's name? I'm the worst with names.
The big one right now?
Yeah, where he shot his 3 boys. But didn't the girls?
Chad
Dowerman. Yep.
Dowerman,
Chad Dowerman. And this sounds like a situation similar to something like that, where he just snapped. So in this situation, I'm honestly glad they didn't give him the needle.
No, I think serving your time in prison for the rest of your life is harder than dying, but I suppose it's all in how the person looks at it. Are they a straight up sociopath, where it really doesn't matter to them what happens to them? They don't feel anything about any of it. Then I don't know. I don't know what's harder for that type of person, because a lot of them don't fear death when they're like a straight up, you know, psychopath, sociopath.
Yeah, but it must feel nice not giving a sociopath what they want, you know?
Of course.
Because I'm somebody where I truly don't feel death, and I don't think that makes you, like, cool or more tough than somebody else. I just, because of my belief system, don't have any fear to death whatsoever. It doesn't mean I'm going to ask for it. It doesn't mean I want it to happen. So, like, if you're a sociopath and you do not fear death whatsoever, but you don't want that, or in this situation where he wanted it, I mean, it probably feels good to make the punishment something different than they wanted. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure it does.
But one of the family members says his cowardice took the lives of a mother, a father, and a sister. In the blink of an eye, he left my husband without his family. He stole the innocence of my children's youth. His actions have created a ripple in their life that will forever be felt. So, interesting. He was trying to do, it was a failed attempt at a homicide end yourself, and the end yourself part didn't come, so yep.
What, did he just not even try?
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna have to dig into this. This report being a breaking news update, I didn't dig into the details of his crime. I remember what happened between, like, how he ended them. I just don't remember why he didn't.
Well, that makes me understand more of why he asked for the death penalty, because he wanted to end himself,
Right.
But he didn't have the guts, so he's like, do it for me.
Right.
Yeah, I'm glad he got life.
Yeah, me too. Me too. But let us know what you guys think. Let us know your opinion in that question that we were just talking about. And we'll see you on the next one.
So, Lori Vallow Daybell. She just pled not guilty after being extradited to Arizona for conspiracy to murder her husband, Charles Vallow. This comes 4 months after she was sentenced, for the deaths of her children. And she showed up in, like, blush again. Like, she's always got this jailhouse makeup on, and it just looks like, makes her look as crazy on the outside as she is on the inside.
I agree with you 100%. I agree 100%. Almost every single one of her pictures are a picture of that, and it's just so bizarre looking. It doesn't look natural. It's like, it's just crazy. It looks like clown makeup. Like, she looks like a clown.
Yeah, it looks like she's trying to look like a clown, for sure.
Oh.
And as someone who was like in beauty pageants, it's kind of strange. Like, it shows you that she doesn't have her wherewithal. Like, she's literally not in reality anymore.
Agreed. I agree.
But yeah, she has 2 public defenders. She entered a not guilty plea on, it was actually, here's the kicker, I didn't realize this. When we first heard about this after her sentencing, I knew she was probably going to be extradited to Arizona, but she also has a second conspiracy to murder charge, but that person isn't dead, and that was her nephew.
No way.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was an additional charge on top of that. Actually, I think when we were talking about it last time, we did talk about the cousin a little bit. We just didn't dig into it because I think it was a breaking news update where we were just talking about the transfer.
Okay.
Yep.
Interesting. I thought it was her. It's her Is it her niece or nephew or
nephew? I think.
It's nephew or cousin.
Yep. I don't know. There's so many charges. It's like over the top.
Okay, it's like nephew-in-law. It's the attempted murder of Brandon Bordeaux, her niece's ex-husband.
Okay.
So, like, nephew-in-law.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one with the drive-by, right? That was like a drive-by situation.
Yes.
Yeah. But so currently she's being housed in Estrella Women's Jail, and apparently she's super unhappy about it and doesn't want to be there.
Why?
I don't know.
Just because she made friends at her other place?
Probably because I know that there were reports of Lori apparently being almost like a leader.
The house mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Which is strange.
Very strange.
The only thing I can think is that it's so boring in jail that she's there to, liven up the day. Mm. It's so boring that you need a little crazy to help you get by,
Yeah, it's weird to me. It's very, very weird to me. But yeah, I mean, her new trial is set for April. They want to push it back by 270 days because they consider it a complex case. We don't really know what's on the table as far as like what her sentence could end up being. Obviously it can't be the DP because it's not actual murder. It's conspiracy. Both charges are conspiracy.
Yeah, I wish that they stacked though, because we talked about this when we were updating everybody on the transfer. What with the crimes that she's already committed, I feel like you should be allowed to stack it.
Like what? Conspiracy and murder?
No. That because you already have these multiple murder charges and now you're being tried for not one, but two, even if you were only being tried for one more conspiracy, like where's the tipping point where it becomes a death penalty case? Because I think the past conviction should be taken into account in sentencing. So,
I think
what I mean?
They are taken into account.
I mean, in what way, though? You hear these bizarre sentences like, oh, yeah, you're getting 800 years, whatever. Like, okay, really the only ones that matter are the first 100, right? Because those are probably the only ones that you're going to be alive for. Who cares about the other 700? So when you have someone that's already getting life, like, is it even worth spending the taxpayers' money to have them go through this trial when it's not a death case? You know what I mean? The person is alive.
Well,
the only other thing I could think of is like, save taxpayer money and explain to the victim, because that's the important part, is that the victim feels like they got justice, but she's already in for life.
I see what you're saying with that. And yeah, I don't know how worth it is. The only thing I can assume is it's because it's a high profile case. The public wants answers. The families want closure and answers. And really I'm just shocked that she pled not guilty. Why don't you just plead guilty, girl? Then you ain't got to go through all this. You know what I mean?
Because it's boring in jail.
Because of ego, the press, like, yeah. Because it's boring in jail. And she gets to go out and she gets like gets to go outside and travel to these places, in like a van or something. That must be nice.
Say, suspects might say not guilty because maybe they get a better lunch when they're at court. Like that's how dumb the reason could be that is costing the taxpayers millions of dollars. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying, like, once somebody hits a life sentence, is it even worth transferring them? Is it even worth, like, why can't we just do a closed room hearing with, a judge and where it's all through the computer and doesn't cost any extra money? It's just a little bit of time to hear it, go over that and say, okay, I'm closing this case. I'm taking your statement as the suspect and your sentence will just continue along with, you know what I mean? Like there's a way to do it where I feel like we could save taxpayer money going to something that benefits the taxpayers.
Yeah. So if you didn't know, her husband Charles Vallow's death happened after she asked him to come pick up the kids, or I don't remember actually. I don't know why he was coming there. I just know that he was coming to pick up the kids. There was an altercation between her and her brother and him, and her brother claimed that he got a gun and that they were, fighting. There was altercations. I think maybe they even claimed Charles had a baseball bat at one point, and he shot him in self-defense. That Lori's brother shot him in self-defense. But it was pretty clear. We have body cam footage, from all the other deaths that have piled up around them, that there's no way they murdered that man in cold blood, and all he was trying to do was get help for his wife because he thought she was going insane, which she was.
Yeah. She was. But, he was right.
He was absolutely right, and he was trying to protect his children. It's super sad. I think she's been held accountable enough, like you're saying. She's already going to be in there for life. She's got multiple life sentences. So, I think that it makes sense to have a hearing, like you were saying, where maybe the facts can come out about the case, the evidence and stuff. I don't know. For the families, for closure, for the public and the families.
But they don't get any privileges. Like,
right.
There's nothing
Zoom
new.
Hearing, even.
Yeah.
So her pretrial conference is set for January 18th, 2024, and we will know more then.
All right. So this one is crazy, all right? Massachusetts man's deathbed confession rattles his family after decades on the run. And this is the case of one of America's most wanted fugitives is being explored in a new true crime podcast. Okay, that part I didn't need to talk about. But essentially what happened here is this guy, Thomas Randell, was on his deathbed when he confessed to his daughter that he was one of America's most wanted fugitives. Now, she's an adult. So he had gone her whole life being a normal dad, doing normal dad things, non-criminal things. He has absolutely no history of being a criminal while they were raising. They were just a classic suburban family style type dad. And she says that, you know, it felt like a weird dad joke because he was the king of terrible jokes. All his jokes didn't land, and most of them weren't funny. And so she was like, yeah, whatever. But he when he told her that, he gave her his real name. So one day when she had extra time and she was behind a computer, she Googled that name, all right?
Oh, gosh.
And when she Googled that name, she realized it wasn't a joke. This is somebody who has been wanted for a very long time. They called him, he was in articles titled like Vault Teller Robs Bank, and that they were still looking for him. He was on America's Most Wanted, all kinds of things trying to find this guy. What ended up happening is for that time, okay, gosh, I wish I wrote down the year. I don't think I wrote down the year, but I think, okay, the number might be off a little bit, but at the time of this robbery, he took like $270,000 or something like that, and with it being in the 70s, it ended up coming out to like $1.4 million, and he left. The bank didn't realize it was gone until 2 days later. So they were searching for him. They were trying to find him. He got a new ID, new name, new everything, and moved on, started a different life, and didn't ever do any other crimes or anything like that. And then as he's on his deathbed with cancer, he says this to her. Isn't that crazy? I thought it was insane, because these are those types of ideas that you hear in like Hollywood movies or whatever, where, I'm going to do this one last thing and then I'm out. This guy really did that. He did this one crime and then he was out and then had a normal family.
That is wild.
Yeah. And it didn't come out again for like 30 years or something like that. Like 36 or 37 years or something like that.
Wait, is that a picture of him when he was younger?
Yeah.
Dang.
Yep. So, and his daughter just goes on to say that she had a wonderful childhood growing up with two parents that were devoted to her and lived a really great family life. And he kept this secret and held true to his new fake name and, just made sure he didn't make any mistakes. She says, looking back now, there were a few different times where now it makes sense, though. Like, she was going to go to France for a school trip, but her parents had to go, or a parent. So they were talking as a family, and she was like, yeah, you both can go. And he was like, yeah, I'm just not interested in going. But really, it's that he couldn't get a passport.
Right.
That if he went up there, like, did fingerprints, picture, did all that stuff, like, he couldn't get a passport.
Oh,
he has a fake ID.
That really sucks, not being able to travel.
Yeah.
And, yeah, like...
She remembers one other one, too,
that
is
would
doing
suck.
the, like, 23andMe thing, and he talked her out of it and was like, yeah, I don't want anybody to have my DNA. I don't know if you should either, because this, that, or the other. And she said, it didn't ever raise suspicions because he was so nonchalant about it. So.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I didn't even think about something like that.
Yeah, but it sounds like he was telling them out of the kindness of his heart, though. He said that the only reason he told them on his deathbed is because he didn't want something to come out later and have them be surprised and feel like they didn't know him and all this stuff.
Oh, he's such a good dad.
I agree. It sounds like he was a really good dad, even though he walked away with $1 million.
I mean, he robbed a bank. Yeah, it's bad. At least he wasn't a serial killer, or something.
I agree.
At least he's not Rex Heuermann.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think it's really cool, honestly, that he would admit that on his deathbed, so that he's thinking of them in the future, finding out and having all these questions and not being able to ask him. Not it'll bring up the loss again. It'll bring up oh my gosh, I didn't know my dad. It'll be traumatic. And he is helping prevent that, showing how much he loves his family, how much he thinks ahead, and how great of a father he is.
I agree.
Because
I agree.
He changed, clearly. And after
or he got enough money and invested and stuff like that, so.
Thievery's bad, okay? Stealing is bad. Robbing a bank is bad. But he went on to be a good person.
I agree.
So I don't know that I could condemn him.
I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit here and judge him. It sounds like he raised a really good daughter. And I have the numbers here. So in 1969, he walked out with a paper bag containing $215,000, which equivalent to more than $1.7 million as of 2021. So, the theft wasn't discovered until a few days later. Not two, a few days later.
Wait a minute. Now that he's gone, I'm sure that money has went to his family. The government can't, or that bank can't come back and try to prosecute or take that money, can they?
No. Statute of limitations.
Okay.
Yeah. This was in 69.
That would suck.
That's what, 30, 40 something years ago? There's statute of limitations. Yep. So they're fine. They're fine. Hopefully he used that to make more money. You know what I mean? I don't know. So
over $1 million. It depends on how you spend it, obviously. But with a family and stuff, I could see somebody blowing through that, And it doesn't seem like they did.
That's probably how people make mistakes with money, though, is what you should do is take that and put it in the stock market and only live off the money you make from that. 1.7 would give you about $150,000 a year just sitting in the stock market. So,
wow.
Yeah. Yep.
That's
but
pretty
let
awesome.
us know what you guys think. I found this super interesting. So,
yeah, it is super interesting.
What a rare story and crazy thing to be a part of for her. So
I want to hear more about his crimes.
I think that was it. He was a bank teller. And something happened where he was like, that's it, I'm over it, and out. Maybe it was all a setup. I don't know. Yeah, that's how he had access to the money. He was a bank teller and stole from the bank.
Oh, okay, bank teller.
Yeah.
I forgot that part. Yeah, so that's all they know? There is nothing more to it?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. So, Alex Batty was a teenager who went missing. Well, he wasn't really a teenager. He was 11. It keeps saying everywhere that this teenage boy that went missing in 2017 was found recently, but I don't consider 11 a teenager. That's preteen. You're still a child. But he showed up at a police station in France recently, and it's him. He went missing in Spain in 2017. Again, this is Alex Batty. He's now 17. So now he's actually a teenager. But he was walking alone in the rain at 3 a.m. in the morning in a very rural area of France when a delivery driver passes him by and offers him a ride because he's in the rain. He tells him his name. They talk. The guy looks up his name. I'm not sure why. I wouldn't immediately look up something. Maybe he's like, is he a killer? I don't know. Just looking out. Is he on the run? And finds out this is a kid who went missing.
Wow.
And takes him to the police station. And yeah, it was him. So apparently his mother has never been located, or his grandfather, because they're suspected of being a part of his disappearance.
No way.
He went missing after a vacation in Spain with his mother and grandfather, who did not have legal custody of him.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they really were missing with him.
I don't know, but it begs to question, how did he end up alone in France, and where's his mother and his grandfather?
I don't know.
Because they're saying they can't find them. Like, they got him, but they can't find the mother and the grandfather, who also went missing that day.
Sounds like a shady situation, but maybe a more positive situation outcome is that something was going on in their lives where they felt like they needed to hide. So all three of them went somewhere together to disappear, and he just doesn't want to tell them. I don't know. There's no reason not to tell them now because he's found, but... You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The only other situation I can come up with, think tanking this here, is that he had something to do with their disappearance. And that's really why he went missing. I don't know.
What, the kid?
Yeah.
Had something to do with his mother and grandfather's disappearance?
Yes.
Yeah, but...
Because where did all three of them go? One of them's found. The other two aren't.
Well, what I'm thinking is the mother, I'm assuming, which I don't know for sure, but that there was some kind of maybe custody dispute, maybe, because they didn't have legal custody of him. They asked to take him on a holiday trip, and he was supposed to arrive back in the UK or England, October 8th, 2017. They left the 30th of September, 2017. What I'm assuming is that they did that to take off with him and be able to keep him. Now, what makes me question is, did the boy not expect the delivery driver to say, "Oh my gosh"? Like, had he never been recognized before and didn't expect this delivery driver to be like, "We need to take you to the police department. Are you okay?" Maybe he was just out walking being a normal dude and lives in France.
That's what I was just saying, that all three of them are together.
They're all together, and now the mother and the grandfather know he's been found, so they took off. And, he felt pressured, maybe he doesn't have a ton of human interaction. I don't know. And he felt pressured to go to the police station. Like,
I don't know.
Or did he finally just not want to be a part of whatever's going on with them anymore? Or did he kill them? I don't know. There's so many questions I have about this. I don't want to this is a kid, obviously. But it's interesting.
That's what I was just saying. Did he end them?
I don't know. I mean, if they were...
It's a good story to track, though.
I hope at least, he was well taken care of this whole time. I hope it wasn't a situation where he was taken and abused.
Yeah.
We don't really have anything. It just says he's safe. That they are, him and his family are their focus, and they are working on the investigation into his disappearance and where he's been. But yeah, they want privacy for the family, which I completely understand. And we'll see,
Yeah.
But it says information could be reported by calling 101 if you're in the UK, or their website, www.gmp.police.uk. So, they also have a Crime Stoppers number, which we can post, but like that's not helpful for us in the US. But it might be for any UK viewers.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm really curious about it, and I want to see where it goes. I want to know where he's been all this time. It's a pretty wild case.
Yeah.
But let us know what you think.
Elite college allowed a sex predator dad to roam the campus freely and failed to secure the dorm. So have you heard about this case?
No.
So Lawrence Larry Ray was convicted of running a sex cult on the New York-based college campus of Sarah Lawrence. And based on the quick read, right, for breaking news, we're really just giving the basic rundown of what is breaking in this news and the enough details to put two and two together. You know what I mean? But this guy was on Sarah Lawrence campus, as you guys can see here. It's just like a normal campus school, and he was living in the dorm and controlling the women in the dorm and running what they call a sex cult out of it. Very, very similar to NXIVM. Yeah, well, he was convicted. He ended up getting like 60 years or enough to be the rest of his life, I think, in April of 2022. I didn't go into all the details of the crime, but it sounds horrible. I mean, the school let him get away with that. So normally when you see a situation where a criminal has done a crime and you have victims that are suing them, a lot of times I look at those situations and I'm not 100% sure it'll land. You know, I'm like, I don't know. Sometimes it could just be like a victim of circumstance, and that really sucks, and there's not really anyone to blame except the suspect or the criminal or the aggressor or whatever. Well, in this, why wasn't the school... why didn't the school know about this? You had a 50-year-old man walking around the school randomly at will at his own leisure, living in the dorms, approaching women, controlling women. If they didn't listen to him, he would not let them eat. This crime sounds horrible. When I was reading this, my mind was blown. I had jaw on the floor. I couldn't understand it. So when I'm reading it, this is one of those situations where victims in this, I think, have a really good shot at suing that school, because how did they let this go on for so long? Was there someone that was part of it and they looked the other way?
Maybe, because this doesn't look very good.
No. It looks awful. And apparently something happened where a cat got out and this guy was just randomly running all around talking to people, asking people, searching for this cat. The school didn't notice and remove him. It feels like he had free reign in the school. And he was not a part of the faculty.
Wow. That's
agreed.
Disturbing.
Yeah.
I would not feel safe sending my child to that school.
Yeah.
At all.
I think they have a good chance of winning this. It says, still questions remain about how a man who recently finished a stint in prison for kidnapping was able to move into his daughter's dorm room with other sophomores in the fall of 2010 for a quote-unquote temporary stay and move around the campus without being questioned, according to the lawsuit. That temporary stay became years, and his brainwashing influence seized control of his victims as his scheme became more intricate. He was building an army through coercion and manipulation. Security and officials seemingly ignored his presence when he chased a cat all over campus or when he was alone in a dorm, when he burnt food. Then the dean allegedly ignored complaints and concerns, according to the lawsuit. Claudia Drury, who testified during Ray's trial, said she was forced into her prostitution. They failed us so badly, Drury said to the New York Times. There was a predator living in our dorm, and they did nothing. Scary stuff.
It was supposed to be a temp stay. For one, why ever would you allow a temporary stay of an adult that doesn't go to the school? And for two,
yeah, I agree,
it went on for years?
Years. And I agree. I was thinking for a quick second, like, well, maybe a parent, like, flew from out of state and they were staying there. Now, if it's a single room, if it's just the daughter, I could understand someone like a family member staying in there just for a temporary stay, like no longer than 3 days or something, or find a hotel, whatever. But years and talking with security and having a complaint sent up to the dean and nothing was said. Was this guy blackmailing them? Is there more to this story that's about to come out because of this lawsuit?
Weird. Yeah, you're right about, like, if you flew in, traveled there, staying the night with your child, like, you know, that makes sense.
If they're with another student, though, no go.
Oh, no
way. I don't care if
it's
that
more
person's
than one
18.
kid.
It doesn't matter. That's messed up. You're the adult. Go find a hotel.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Go find a hotel and have your kids stay in the hotel with you. Like, this is wild how long it went on for.
Yeah.
Insane.
There has to be more to it.
I agree. And this crime's so bad where I feel like this might be worth digging into.
Yeah.
And actually covering it as a crime, so.
Yeah. For sure.
Let us know what you think. And that is it for the true crime breaking news of the week. Thought Riot Podcast style. Bam.
Bam.
Now we will be getting into our cases. All right, so I have some questions. I have some concerns. I have some things out there that need answered. So, we've been, covering a whole bunch of technology-related topics lately around the Idaho 4 case with Bryan Kohberger. For those of you that might be watching this for the first time, give you a brief rundown. So the main case that we're covering and continuing to dig into surrounding the investigation, the cops' evidence, PCAs, court documents, the active pretrial and case right now is Idaho 4 and Bryan Kohberger. He is a criminology student. He was actually going for his doctorate degree, and he is believed by the PCA and the Idaho court system to be the suspect, the criminal, the one that ended these four beautiful young kids that should have never been ended in such a way.
Yeah. Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Xander.
Yeah. Yep.
Sad.
It is super sad, but
the more I look into them individually, and watch, like, their social media stuff that they posted, it's sad. It's even more sad. The interviews with families. It just, every one of them would have went on to be a great person.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is really sad, and this continues to be one of those cases where there is such a thick, bold, underlined 5 times line in between people who believe that he's innocent or could be innocent and feel like something's wrong, and people that believe he's guilty. And I think our goal is to try and, blur that line, get people together to see some of the things that are going wrong here or could be going wrong here, because you can think something is up and he could still be innocent. You can think something's up and he can still be guilty. Just like you can think he's guilty and the police could have messed this up. You can think he's guilty and feel like something's not right here. All of those things can be true.
For sure.
And, in this case, a lot of things are being done that aren't common or what we normally see as common. There are a lot of questions that we want answers for. There are a lot of things that don't make sense. And I actually think this topic is one of them. So, in the PCA, there is a whole lot of technology used to say that he's the guy. They try saying that, it's classic criminal behavior. This guy turned off his phone when he went to go do a crime, thinking that, we would have no idea. But on the flip side, he is a cloud forensics major.
Not major, minor.
Minor, sorry. Cloud forensics minor. And going to school to get his doctorate degree in
criminology.
Criminology, yeah.
With a cloud forensic minor. Clearly, I think to pick that as one of your minors, you have to have, you have to be good with technology, for one.
Well, that's what we're going into.
And you got to, have an interest in it. So...
Yeah, absolutely.
He's probably got a knowledge base already to pick that.
It's not maybe. And that's exactly why I wanted to cover this topic. Exactly. Because I think there are a lot of people out there that look at this and say, oh, okay, well, he was focused on cloud-based forensics. What the heck is that? What is that?
What does that mean?
And what's interesting is that what cloud-based forensics is essentially digital forensics, meaning you need to be a computer or device expert. Mm-hmm. You need to be in order to understand cloud-based forensics. So what is cloud forensics or digital or cyber forensics? It's called all of those things: cloud forensics, computer forensics, digital forensics, or cyber forensics. It is to investigate a computer or device to gather and present digital evidence in a court of law. Now, as I was doing the research on this stuff went really deep. We can go into the different types of cloud services like SaaS, PaaS, IaaS, which are all different kinds of infrastructures, essentially, but it doesn't really help the questions that we're answering here. So if you guys want to know more about that, let me know. Leave a comment down below and let me know that you want me to dig into the differences between those different cloud-based services and what it all means.
And put it in layman's terms.
Yeah, of course. I think we're pretty good about doing that normally. But what's interesting here is even understanding these terms that we just said, you have to be able to understand technology. You have to. There's no way around it. You've got to be able to understand the difference between public clouds, private clouds, community clouds, and everything in between.
Well, yeah, because this is next level. You know what I mean? It's it's just next level, in my opinion. Because I'm pretty good with technology, but I don't think my knowledge is good enough to do this. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It would take me a while of, I think, of going to school to understand it.
Yeah. And what's interesting, so we're going to start with just regular digital forensics, because in order to be focused on cloud-based forensics, you're doing everything a digital forensics officer, person, whatever, does, except in the cloud. So we'll start there, and then we'll define the difference between a regular digital forensics and cloud-based forensics. So what does a computer forensics investigator do? They spend their days analyzing and recreating data breaches and hacks to learn more about what happened. Their work is like what forensics investigators do at a crime scene, but takes place online or through digital software and systems because that's where cybercrimes happen. Most computer forensic investigators gather evidence from computers, mobile phones, and other devices. The day-to-day responsibilities of a computer forensics investigator include gathering evidence from cybercrimes, retrieving data from virtual networks and physical devices, reconstructing events that led to a cyber attack, recovering data compromised in a hack, reconstructing and restoring data damaged or erased from devices, using computer forensics software to collect and analyze data, extracting metadata from a variety of sources, analyzing extracted metadata, identifying vulnerabilities within an organization's cybersecurity system, writing investigative reports, reporting cybercrime findings to law enforcement and other necessary authorities, ensuring a proper chain of custody for digital evidence, and providing expert witness testimony. Interesting. And all things that, if you don't have an understanding of technology, you would look at that list and be like, wait, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? What does that mean? What is metadata? What is... how do you reconstruct events of a cyber attack? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think the important question and statement is that in order to focus on cloud-based forensics, you have to be able to do all of this. So here's the difference, okay? Let's go into the difference now. A computer forensic investigator is somebody who specializes in this, in phones and computers, a hard piece of evidence, computer, something you can hold in your hand, okay? They're going to get this, like when a criminal does a crime out there and they get arrested and they want to know what's on that criminal's phone or where they've been or who they've been talking to. They go and they give this to a digital forensics officer expert. That forensics officer expert will get into this break-in or with the approval of the suspect, get into it and start searching through metadata, start looking through messages, start looking into locations where you've been, anything that can help tie them to this crime that they're investigating. Now, what is cloud-based forensics? Cloud is a definition for a network or system that can't be held in your hands. So an idea of that is, let's say, okay, what's a good example? I guess our Google account. So when you're in your
iCloud.
Yeah, iCloud
just where all your
or
pictures
Gmail.
are stored.
Yeah, there's Google storage and there's also Gmail. And when you're in there and you have, if you're like me, you have 10,000 email messages that you haven't deleted and they're just sitting in there and they're taking up, all of your storage and space for that little bar at the bottom that says you're 50% full or whatever. And that storage, that data has to be stored somewhere. Where it's stored cannot be held in your hand. It is somewhere else. It is in Google's cloud storage system, meaning it is a network that can be entered and dug into without holding it in your hand. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well, here's a really interesting thing that somebody that's focusing on cloud forensics wouldn't have to deal with, that does have to deal with that a digital forensics person wouldn't, is where that data is held is important. So,
okay.
If, let's say I was a company that was trying to get around the laws of the U.S., okay? I was doing things in a way that doesn't meet the standards for regulations in the U.S., and I obviously didn't want to get caught because I know I'm doing something wrong. I might set up my storage where I hold my employees' emails and data and information and track the transactions in my company in a company that's in a different country that the U.S. doesn't have access to. The reason being is because if law enforcement wanted to come investigate me, all my information is in the cloud in a different country. Get it? It's like, okay, here's another good example. It's like the Cayman Islands in banks.
Yeah.
When you want to hide money, you put it in the Cayman Islands or Switzerland or whatever,
right,
where there is the non-extradition of data or whatever it's called with the U.S., where they can't get into those bank accounts and records without a very special approval. It's not something they can just go digging in, okay? Well, more than likely, all those accounts are on a cloud somewhere that is not accessible by U.S. law enforcement. So then a cloud forensics specialist would not only know all of the digital forensics stuff because they're doing the same exact thing that digital forensics experts are doing, but they're doing it all through a computer, like all at their desk, okay?
Okay.
And they will get in that network because it's a regular network that...
Oh, so they don't need the actual devices, yeah.
Correct.
Right.
They don't need the actual devices, but it is like getting in an operating system and device without having it there.
Okay.
So, now that we know that, does it change how you feel about all the mistakes that supposedly happened with electronics in the Idaho 4 Bryan Kohberger case?
Yeah, it does. Because I feel like to understand cloud-based forensics and being able to access things within, some kind of network or, cloud or whatever, it's almost like records, like sent to this outside source that's holding all of it. To be able to do cloud-based forensics and not know that it's incredibly stupid to stalk people with your phone on you?
I agree. And another example of that cloud-based forensics is just imagine your phone. Your phone has a certain amount of storage. Well, if you put your phone somewhere else in another country and you can access your phone from the computer, that's it. That's what cloud is, like public cloud, private cloud, community cloud. They also have hybrid clouds, which are all differences of those functions. And, it's just a setup system, like a storage device housed somewhere else that has software. It has its own operating system. It has everything a normal data device storage platform would have. Just its access through the internet.
Remotely.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Absolutely. It says cloud forensics makes this hunt for evidence a little more complex. While the investigator follows the same methods in cloud forensics as they would in traditional digital forensics, the lines may blur on who owns the evidence and where it's admissible in court.
Oh.
With cloud-based services, data may be stored off-site in several different locations or on a server owned by a third party. The rules are determined by the types of services involved. And the difference with digital forensics, any evidence that's found is admissible in a court of law within jurisdiction. Most of the time, the evidence found belongs to the owner of the technology, making it easy to gain permission to use this evidence in a case where, like we just said, cloud-based wouldn't be that. So again, going back to it, if I had to guess here, Bryan Kohberger knew what the heck he was doing with technology. You put a computer in his hands, and he knew what was going on in the background. It's not like some people out there where you get on Facebook and they have no idea what that coding is doing in the back. They have no idea that it's even tracking them or saving these things that could be pulled back up. A lot of people out there are not super tech savvy because there's still people out there that had no technology when they were growing up. So this huge boom in technology is, super fast. Boom.
It is
Everything's
super fast.
here.
And yeah, it's way harder for people who didn't have it growing up because, your brain is a sponge when you're little. So it's just a bigger advantage when you had it growing up. You're able to understand it, I think, a lot better as you get older. As long as you stay up to date on the new tech.
Yes.
Because it'll eventually, if you don't stay up to date, like say you keep the same phone and computer for 10 years, 10 years later, you're going to buy a new computer and be like, what?
Yes.
Like, this is crazy.
So then here's an interesting question. Bryan Kohberger would essentially be the guy that police arrested somebody, a suspect. They got his phone. They would give it to Kohberger, who would check their cloud services because most phones have cloud-based software storage now. And he would be able to tell locations, metadata, background data, app data, and all these things, okay? Mm-hmm. Now, he knows all those things, okay? We saw everything. It's everything. Like, you can access everything if you're a specialist in these topics. He had his phone all these times. Mm-hmm. Why?
That's what I'm asking. Why did he have it? And, I also found it interesting that his car, he picked a car that didn't have a GPS. Why that car?
Yeah, that's funny you said that because I actually wrote that question down thinking, should I ask that?
Was that intentional?
Right, to play the other side of the coin here where... Is he a mastermind, and did he know that he was going to be tracked just enough to get on the radar, but not enough to be convicted? And so, with that intent, I am going to get a car that isn't tracking me also, with no computer, nothing having to do with that.
It makes you wonder, doesn't it?
It does make you wonder.
I feel like he also would have had to have known where cameras were in the town too. If he's this well planned, wouldn't you pay attention? Like, okay, the university has this many cameras in this area, and he supposedly, allegedly, according to the PCA and investigators, stalked the place 12 times. If I was going to, great lengths to stalk a place to commit a crime of this nature, I would definitely be mapping out cameras.
I agree. Just by habit, I would automatically be doing that, no matter what the crime is, whether it's so severe it causes people to lose their lives or it's not. Like we just talked about a robbery earlier where this bank teller just got money and walked out. Like, it doesn't matter. When you have the intention of doing a crime, you're already looking for these things. And one other thing that I was curious about is why. So cloud-based forensics experts are usually called digital forensics.
I thought you said there was a difference.
Cloud is just a different part of that same digital forensics,
right?
And cyber forensics. Oh. So why are they saying cloud? Is it because they know a lot of people out there won't make that connection and it actually makes their case about who Bryan Kohberger is weaker? Because imagine submitting all this evidence, all this digital forensics used against him, and they submit something saying that he is a digital forensics expert. It doesn't look very good.
No, but does cloud-based forensic expert look good either?
I mean,
you
nobody knows what cloud is.
I mean, I don't know. I guess people don't really understand the technicalities behind
the
it.
Connections.
But you do know that it has to do with tech because everybody has a cloud built into their phone, basically.
Yeah, but they have no idea that a cloud forensics expert is a digital forensics, is a cyber forensics expert. They are the same.
Okay, yeah. One's just specializing in a certain category of digital forensics.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you still have that same base knowledge, which makes me wonder. Mm-hmm. It makes me wonder. It makes me ask these questions. Because that knowledge, in order to effectively complete that job, he would know all these things.
Absolutely. I agree. And I scratch my head every time I think about it. I'm like, if you are going into this field of study, I don't understand why you would make this many mistakes regarding technology, something you were studying.
Yeah.
Seems very strange to me. But yeah.
Yeah.
So last week we covered the fog data science, which is data brokers who take your information from you giving location services on your phone and then selling it. And Fog Data Science is a company that buys it up and then gives a contractual service of a searchable database and map to law enforcement. And they don't have to have a warrant, and they can track you in near real time and find out who you are because they have your location. They know where you live.
Which a digital forensics expert would know this.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You would think he would know this. So to take your phone with you 12 times to stalk and then turn it
off like an average criminal.
Turn it off like an average criminal on your way to Moscow, and then turn it back on when you're south of Moscow at a weird, odd time that looks very strange. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, there's nothing that places him there except for that trace DNA that isn't reliable. So,
well, and camera footage according to them, but we don't know how.
We just haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
So I'm coming at this. You guys watching, if you've been watching us for a while, you already know. But here's the basic statement: is we aren't looking to prove Bryan Kohberger is guilty. We aren't looking to prove that he's innocent. That is not our buy-in. I understand this statement makes some people frustrated on both sides of the table, but I don't care where he is at as a person. That is subjective to care about him as a person and try and work on proving his innocence. Our focus is the investigation. Our focus is the case, and our focus is justice for those 4 victims and following the evidence to wherever it leads. And not picking out evidence that helps Bryan. We are following all evidence. We are talking about all evidence. We are looking at all pieces of this investigation, whether they make Bryan look bad or good in this situation. Mm-hmm. So, I agree with all of the above. I think everything looks weird in this case. I think anything having to do with this looks really strange. A digital forensics investigator would know all of these things. Every single one of them would know that they would be able to pull all his cell phone data and records for the last, however long they want that they got a warrant for. He would know all of this.
Yeah, yep.
So I have a hard time believing that this mistake was done. But let's play the flip side too, okay? Is it that his drive for violence makes him not think clearly when it comes to stuff like this?
Maybe.
Could that hunger to hurt people make him overlook these things?
It's a good question.
He was applying with Pullman, right? The police station, Pullman?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was applying with
For
Pullman.
an internship.
For an internship as the digital forensics investigator. So...
Or a technician, whatever.
There is enough experience and knowledge there to prove that he knew this. It's not like he said, oh, I want to go to school for digital forensics, and it was day one. No, he had experience. He had the knowledge. He knew about these things, all of them. And still did this. You know, I did horrible things in the past. Not like two people, but like criminal things like any young, misdirected youth does when I'm under 18, and I knew these things then.
I mean, I definitely didn't, but...
I am most curious what you guys think. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. I want to know how you feel about this after hearing about these details and understanding that in order to be a cloud data forensics investigator, you are a cyber forensics investigator. You are a digital forensics investigator. You are a computer forensics investigator. The cloud is just a subset of that digital forensics. So why would he make these mistakes? And let us know in the comments below.
It almost makes me wonder if the mistakes were intentional.
That's what I was just saying too. Is this intentional? Is it so that he can inflate his ego and leave just enough that he knew they were going to look at him? But that's that Superman status. Like, I've never heard of that in my life, ever. Never. BTK did it, but it was very different. Digital forensics is a gamble no matter what you're doing because you leave fingerprints with ISPs and or IPs and IMEIs and all these other things, man. I just have a very hard time believing that, but it's possible. Let us know what you think on your digital computer cyber device that could be forensically looked at.
Investigated?
Yeah.
There have been many who have compared serial ending with addiction because we know that serial killers tend to develop a modus operandi, habits, sometimes a signature, a ritual, like think BTK, bind, torture, kill. That was his ritual. They develop obsessive fantasies. They obsess over stalking, like hunting their prey, and then the way that they either violate them or kill them. For some serial killers, it is all about the ending. For others, it's about what they do before the ending and then just getting rid of that person so there's no witness to their crimes. Regardless, either way, from what I've gathered from, criminal profilers, psychologists, is that generally serial ending, if you had to name it as an addiction, which a lot of them agree that it is an addiction to control, power and control over their victim. And a lot of serial endings, there's also a sex element. There's also this some kind of gratification, sexually, and which kind of makes sense. It makes sense. In most cases, that is absolutely what it is. And in, the most famous serial killers we all hear about, that absolutely was a part of their MO. Now, when we look at the Bryan Kohberger case, from the beginning, I asked these questions. Did he have any incidents as a child of being a peeping Tom? Growing up.
Huge sign.
It is a huge sign.
Massive.
And it can start out as something innocent as a child, like with Danny Rolling wanting to see a wholesome family because he didn't have one. And then as they hit puberty, it begins to develop into something else. And, honing in on one person, whoever that person is, that fits their victimology type that they want to harm in some way or control in some way.
Yeah.
Now, with addiction, so in the United States, 1 of 6 people is dealing with some type of addiction issue. 1% of all killings in the United States are serial killers.
Wow, I'm actually surprised it's only 1%.
It is only 1%.
Wow, okay.
Of murders in the United States are from serial killers. Which is interesting. And I started wanting to, okay, so I was watching for a J is for Justice video about, it was titled, a girlfriend of Bryan Kohberger or something like that, and that struck my interest because we haven't heard of a girlfriend of Bryan Kohberger.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Sounds
what?
interesting.
And I like J's for Justice. I think she makes really good content.
She was our spotlight.
She was our spotlight last week. And, I think she does great work.
Yeah.
In this video, she plays kind of a background talking about the Pocono Mountains, saying that, addiction issues are really bad in that area, as well as then going into Kohberger, growing up a little bit. He was overweight. He was bullied, which I don't think she talked about that, but that's what we know of. He lost it in high school, so he became very conscious about what he ate. He started boxing after school every day, started working out, and he lost a ton. Literally, it was 300 pounds and down to 150 in his junior to senior years when he really lost that weight. And then developed an eating disorder that required him to be hospitalized. Then developed an addiction to intravenous heroin. Now, I don't know how that escalated because normally you don't go from clean and sober kid to
we have
IV
confirmation
use.
that he was IV?
From people who knew him, yes. That he would claim that he was...
Because I've never seen that.
Yeah, there's a friend that was close to him that said he would promise, oh, I'm clean now, I'm clean, and then literally have track marks that are still bleeding.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that is so strange because all the people I knew that were addicts, IV comes way down the road.
Yeah, so that was my question too. And one thing Jay is for Justice posed, which I think is a good, a good thinking is, okay, hold on, we'll get into it. So he had a tummy tuck surgery.
Okay.
After losing all that weight. Because think, 300 pounds to 150, that's a lot of weight to lose.
Yeah.
In a pretty short amount of time, junior to senior year. So, tummy tuck, did he get prescribed opiates? Did it escalate from the medication from that surgery to IV use? And this is an area when he was those years, I know, and from my own experience, narcotics were getting prescribed a lot.
Oh, yeah.
They were getting handed out. They were getting handed out like crazy. He's about 29, so yeah, it pretty much, it lines up. I think it wasn't as... I think they had tightened down the hatches a little bit at that point, his junior to senior year, if I'm, thinking right. It wasn't... I don't know. I guess it wasn't... It was still pretty loose, though. It was still pretty loose. It's tightened down a lot now. Honestly, people have a hard time getting pain medication now. Who need it?
Yeah.
But anyway...
I'm just blown away. I don't think people understand, how big of a deal that is going straight to IV use. That is so uncommon. extremely uncommon.
We do not know that it was IV use right away. That's what I'm saying. We don't know the escalation. We don't know the starting point.
Right. It just seems like he was only using for like 1 or 2 years. And in my mind, out of everybody I've ever known that's been a user, they never...
Yeah, but we don't know what he experimented with before that. Like, we don't know much. We don't know much.
True.
So, about, like, because I know a lot of kids in their teenage years, start drinking, pretty early on, like 14, 13, some even 7.
Drinking the IV.
Drinking, then experimenting, like slowly working their way up. And then, getting addicted to opiates from medication, from pills, and then, like, because that addictive thinking's already there. You know what I mean?
An addict is...
We know Kohberger was troubled from the time he was pretty small, the whole visual snow comments and everything.
I don't know if I would classify that as being troubled.
I mean, he had some issues. He had some mental health issues. I wouldn't say troubled, but he was dealing with mental health issues for 100% sure. All of that in his little visual snow thing was a child who was feeling lost, confused, depressed. He had derealization going on.
Right, but that wasn't like as a child. That's when he was in 15 and 16, I thought. At the same time he was using.
That's not junior and senior year.
I mean, it was for me.
I mean, usually as a senior, people are 18.
Yeah, not me. I just turned 17 when I graduated.
Okay, well, you clearly skipped a grade. Do we have confirmation Kohberger skipped a grade?
I didn't skip a grade. I'm just trying to make...
Or started school early.
I'm trying to make connections here because So I love the psychology of the out of normal, whether it's serial enders, no matter what it is, it's outside of what your average person's psyche is. And I've tried looking into Kohberger's, and the only thing I've found is that block between like 14 and 18, or 14 and 17 is all the posts that were done online, his weird rapping time while he was using, and it's just all in that bulk time right there. I haven't been able to find anything from him being a child.
Okay. At 14, you're a child in my mind.
Okay.
Okay, so I wasn't
would just
chalking...
clarify.
Okay, as a teen.
Because that builds a profile that he's always been this troubled kid.
Yeah, but he also
like
said he always knew something was wrong with him from the time he was a child in that.
Everyone says that.
Only people who have mental health issues, people who are like don't deal with this kind of like mental health issues like depression, I can't say a word right now, disassociating, they do not feel like there was something wrong with them from the time they were a small child.
Maybe. I think everyone in the world feels like there's something wrong with them. That's the human condition.
I don't think so.
Comment. Are you somebody that when you were growing up, going through those uncomfortable years, did you feel like something was wrong with you? I did.
Yeah, but it's that I don't feel like that's good enough. I think it needs to be, do you feel like that there was something off about you? Not do you.
When you're younger.
Okay, as a teenager, did you ever feel like there's been something wrong with you since like birth, since you were a small child? That there's something off about you, to be more specific. Mm-hmm. 'Cause I don't feel that way. I don't feel like there was something wrong with me from the time of birth or as a small child. But anyway, so yes, he had the tummy tuck.
But
okay, I don't think I ever felt that way though. That there was something wrong with me from the time I was a small child. But anyway, he had the tummy tuck, and then his friend, Thomas Arndt, said that and he was like a pretty close friend of his, says there was a behavior shift after he lost the weight, and it was pretty significant, and he became like more aggressive. He went from like this passive, bullied, overweight kid to being more aggressive, which I don't know, maybe boxing. Like he was boxing. He became more confident. I'm curious what they mean by that, because if he's innocent, could it be as innocent as this is also another passive person who was friends with Kohberger because they related, because they're both kind of more passive people? And then Kohberger got confidence, started boxing, and, you know, just was like ready to take on the day kind of thing, and, you know, just feeling better about everything. And he thought he's like, they didn't like it.
I've always thought that people who are using that as an example are proving right there that he's probably not the person that could do this crime, because that fact shows that there was doubt previously, when normally in a killer's mind there's never doubt, ever. That doesn't happen.
Okay.
It doesn't show in that way. You're never, the only time you're ever like a victim or anything like that, it's by choice to get something you want.
I mean, I personally didn't feel like his writings about the visual snow made sense with a serial ender. I feel like that is...
To me, I think I said that on there, but they don't stand out to me at all. It is a normal, confused kid that's going through life, and life is hard when you're going through puberty. Everybody feels uncomfortable. Nobody is happy with themselves. Guys have, you know, a voice that's so embarrassing, and they have all these weird emotions and drives that have gone times 10. Then you have a woman that her body is changing, and in that process, it's embarrassing and uncomfortable. And that's why I'm saying, like, I think everybody feels like something's wrong. It's a very known fact that kids and people in general go through that time and are so uncertain and uncomfortable and lack of confidence, and you know what I mean? The only people that are confident are sociopaths. The only people that feel like there's not something wrong with them, I think, are sociopaths.
Makes sense. So he developed a deceding. So what I'm seeing here, okay, is somebody who gets obsessed with something. Like he dieted, started boxing, lost weight, got an eating disorder, took it too far. Mental health issue, okay? Then develops an addiction, more obsession. Like addiction and obsession could go hand in hand. I've even heard people describe addiction as an OCD disorder almost, like in the way that your brain works. So I see like obsession issues there. Like, you know what I mean? Also, we know that he would be up cleaning super late at night. He was like an insomniac and, you know, wearing gloves and all of that. That's why the gloves don't stand out to me. Now, I would need to know how often he wore gloves before the killings. But as somebody that is obsessive, up vacuuming, going for 5-mile runs at night, like, it just seems like that's his personality. He's obsessive. OCD. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
just don't have enough background to commit to any of that yet.
No, I don't think you can. I mean, we know these are facts that about him losing weight, developing an eating disorder, having an addiction. You know, his neighbors saying that he was up at late hours of the night, cleaning and stuff. There's apparently imagery of him in Albertsons that day, you know, of the 13th, wearing gloves, you know, so...
Where'd we get the eating disorder info from? I've never heard that.
There's several interviews with friends that were close to him.
Oh,
like several.
So nothing confirming it?
I mean, we can't see medical records.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just know I don't put value in statements. Anyone's.
Yeah, but they showed their names and faces. It's not anonymous.
No, I understand that. My personal opinion is trust but verify, meaning I don't. Words are cheap.
Well, yeah, so, I mean, it depends on if you want to believe the friends' statements or not. Yeah. For sure, I understand that.
Yeah, and I'm not... Me doubting that doesn't mean that it can't be true. It just means that I need evidence.
Yeah.
I need something saying this is what it is, or somebody that is required by law to be good faith, like a lawyer. Like if one of the lawyers said it, okay, I believe that it's fact then. But
yeah. Okay, so now in his drug-addicted years, we have an image here of him and this girl, Ashley Fugel, who ended up overdosing and dying in May of 2018. Apparently, they were pretty good friends. He's got his arms around her. Now, when she OD'd, the police came out and said they wanted to speak to a Richard T. Shinsky, and he was also wanted in that county at the time, and he was apparently there that morning, and they wanted to talk to him for questioning, but there's no more on that. Like, we have no idea what came of that. And that was in Jays for Justice's video, which I suggest you go watch. It's interesting. It was the beginning of it is a good little breakdown and everything. But, so no follow-up in the media. So we find out that she's gay, she's a lesbian, and, you know, there was the question posed, could he have wanted her? And that was like a disappointment for him. And I feel like that's kind of a far reach to start going down that route. I don't think his arm being around her means that he's, like, into her, especially when they're all, like, because you can tell how messed up they all are in the picture, and they're partying. So I don't feel like it's weird. It's clearly not his girlfriend.
Even if he was, but it's just a fabrication of multiple things there to create an end goal of some kind of idea. Because one, you don't know if he was into her. Two, you don't know if him being into her and her being a lesbian actually created negative feelings. Three, you don't know if him being into her and her being a lesbian and created negative feelings created some kind of anger. Like, it's just, these are layered assumptions.
Yeah, and I don't want to, like, come at Jays for Justice sideways or anything. I think her content's great. I think she did a great job, like, showing, you know, putting this in a linear fashion, showing it. I just feel like that's a heck of a jump to make. Like,
she's another person that is really good about, like, think tanking.
Yeah.
And she wouldn't be offended by us questioning that. I feel like she's super open-minded, and I hope people question our think tank ideas too, you know. I don't mean nothing bad by it. We're just digging, you know. Yeah,
but I do think it's really interesting going back to, you know, this time in his life and looking at it. Now, I do not think being an addict, okay, addiction I think could be a red flag in a serial ender, because in this case study, I found a case study on this. It's from PubMed.NCBI.
But what serial enders were addicts?
A lot. So it is
just not the main ones.
Yes, very much so. Main ones. A lot of them were alcoholics. Ted Bundy was an alcoholic. He had addiction issues. So this is Patterns of Substance Abuse and Intoxication Among Murderers by R.M. Yarvis. Here's the abstract. A series of 100 murderers were examined to discern patterns of substance abuse and intoxication in relation to homicidal events. More than half of the study subjects were found to be actively abusing drugs at the time of their crime, and almost half were intoxicated. Half.
Yeah, half intoxicated.
Now, that's 100 that they chose for this. So, I hope they had some kind of system in doing that to make it as unbiased as possible, because we know that you can definitely bias a study and statistics a lot by your method of choosing your pool.
Well, yeah, and also even that idea, though, that you said that half of them were intoxicated while doing that, that isn't a sign of addiction, okay? When all adults, okay, when you're an adult, what sounds like fun?
It says they were actively abusing.
Going out to a bar, having a drink, and then, having adult time with somebody that you enjoy being around and things like that. Well, that's the difference between a sociopath. A sociopath doesn't have fun doing that. They have another level of extreme that they're trying to reach, and their level of fun is power and control and harming somebody and totally taking control of some other human being. So being intoxicated while doing that, to me, isn't a red flag.
I think that addiction absolutely can be a red flag, but as an addict, it is such a tiny, all addicts out there, okay, and there's a ton. 1 in 6 people have addiction issues. You know how tiny the percentage of serial enders already is? And the percentage of an addict becoming one, it's not just because they're an addict that they will become one. Addiction is not a reason that they will become a serial ender.
Yeah, my question is...
It's just a red flag to addictive behavior when you're looking at somebody. Because, yes, a lot of serial enders, the more I looked into it, had addiction issues.
But are you sure it's not 1 in 6?
It could be.
Enders,
it could be. I can't
means
find
that's
that.
Not a red flag,
well,
though.
What?
If 1 in 6 serial enders are addicts, and 1 in 6 people in society are addicts, that means that that's not a red flag.
I can't find that stat. All I know is that a lot of the serial enders I looked into, the big ones too, had some form of addiction, abusing substances issue. Okay. A lot.
Yeah.
So it just... I don't know.
Question everything is all, and that's how I figure things out.
Yeah, no, I think it would be really interesting to look at, maybe even do our own thing, I don't know, but to look at that, I'll try digging more, and maybe on a live stream or something we can talk about this more, trying to figure that stat out, seeing if there's anywhere, because I did dig, but I couldn't find anything on what's the percentage of serial enders that had addiction issues?
Yeah.
I couldn't find anything, but, maybe that's just me.
Yeah, I'm just asking these questions because I'm the type of person that needs to play the other side of the coin to understand if I have an argument here in general. And, J is for Justice, I believe, believes that Kohberger is guilty, okay?
Yeah.
So and that doesn't change how I feel about anybody, whether you think he's guilty or not. It's all just opinion based on what we're looking at here. But when I am looking at content and that person believes that Kohberger is guilty, then I am intentionally looking for biased opinions towards his guilt. When I'm watching a content creator that believes he's innocent, I am consciously looking for biased opinion around his innocence.
Absolutely. So. And there is one part of that video, because, I think we got into it pretty good. So I'm going to, end there on... what I feel about it. I don't think him being an addict means that much, but it is a little red flag in my head where there's already addictive behavior there. And if the eating disorder stuff is in fact true, that's multiple. And also the life as an addict, maybe he does have some more experience in crime than we realized. You know what I mean? And just never got caught. Mm-hmm. So, which is a big thing. He has no criminal history at all. Maybe he's just a genius at crime.
It's very rare.
That is rare, especially when you're an addict.
Yeah.
Addicts
I had trouble when I was
throw it all
younger.
away. A lot of times if they're a junkie. But I want to make the clear distinction here that there are many functioning addicts. There are multiple types of addicts. There are some who cannot control themselves to the point and are so obsessed with the high and the drug that everything else falls to the wayside. But then there are addicts, like I have quite a few in my family who have always worked super hard, maintained a life, just maybe their emotional life is stunted. And to everyone else, it looks like they're uber successful and got it together. You know what I mean? And I feel like that's important.
Wall Street runs on addiction and cokeheads. Yeah. I'm not even joking.
I know you're not joking.
That's what it is.
Wolf on Wall Street, the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I always... It bothers me when people try and make it look like because they're addicts that's more of a reason that they are some kind of person like a serial person or a mass ending person, when that's not the case. Actually, they just happen to be an addict because there are so many addicts in society. And if you actually
1 in 6.
If you actually look at the overall statistic, the social stats, that 1 in 6 people is an addict, and then pull that statistic and bring it back down to a more fitting pool of people, then a lot of times it's just 1 in 6, meaning it doesn't matter if they're an addict. They aren't changing the stat. What I would expect to see if it is a red flag, addiction and a serial ender, then I would expect it an increase. Like half of all serial enders are addicts. Very clear, not maybes, very clear drug addicts, okay? And if I don't see that, then it's not a red flag to me.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. I just don't think we're going to find that stat. Because I've tried and I've tried.
And you have to be careful because the social perception on addiction is so negative and so bad, people want to attach that label to criminals.
Yeah, this is the only study I could find that cited how many of the people in their pool, of the people they chose, the murderers they chose, it was literally half in this study. But I don't know who those people were. Okay. And that is important to me.
Yeah.
I do want to know. I want to know if they're a Gracie or a Bundy or, a Huerman.
Yeah.
Like, and Huerman was a gambler. That's an addiction. Because let's be real here. Addictions can take many forms. You can have a shopping addiction.
But was
you
he
can
a
have a working out
gambling
addiction.
addict,
You can
though?
be a workaholic. That's an addiction. I mean... Because
there's a difference between a heavy user or an actual addict.
Right. No, you're right. You're right. And I think, from what I saw, it sounded like John Ray was saying that's why they have, no money. It's because they're gambling addicts. That's why, because he made a ton of money, but they have, none. It's because him and his wife gamble. Yeah. Big time.
Well, don't they have multiple properties and all kinds of stuff?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there are other properties in Vegas, so.
No, I get it, but if you're an owner of a property, you're not gambling away everything you have.
Yeah, but how nice is that property?
I don't think it matters. It's proof that you're holding something without gambling it away.
That's true.
It doesn't matter if that property's worth $10,000 or $100,000.
Maybe
you're still not gambling it away.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But anyway, so the last thing I wanted to talk about, because we were just talking about functioning addicts and non-functioning addicts. Jay is for Justice asked, and like I said again, I don't want to come at her sideways, but she basically said it was gross to even speculate on the victims having any kind of drug issues. Recreational drug use does not mean addiction. Mm-mm. I don't think anybody ever said they were addicts. Even if they
were addicts, who cares?
Agreed. It doesn't matter to me at all. The only reason it would matter is the type of people they're hanging around. But we do know that there were drugs in close proximity to them. It's a college. Drugs are in close proximity. If you were at college, a party college, it's a party house. I mean, they're in close proximity. So them using drugs, it doesn't matter except for who was supplying them and if there were any issues with that person. Because like we like to explore every avenue and look at if there's any evidence there.
Yeah.
You know, for that to hold any weight.
A think tank means...
even if they were addicts, okay, or weren't and just used recreational drugs, they could 100% still be very successful in school.
Yeah.
And I know that was a big one, is like, how could you say that? Look at what they were doing with their lives. Like, they were doing great in school. They were, Xana and Jazzy's mom had an addiction, and that had to be so traumatic for them. Why would they turn to drugs? Dude, I know that they got pulled away from that, but I don't know how to say this. I'm sure it was very traumatic for them, but there are people who break the cycle and there are people who don't.
Well, the right way to say it is, statistically, when you have a parent that is an addict, you are at more than double risk of becoming an addict yourself. So,
breaking the cycle is the rarity.
It's not personal. It's literally statistics. You're more likely to become an addict by at least double the rate when your parent is one. And look, here's the thing. This is why it's never an attack. That's just her opinion. And maybe she doesn't have a lot of experience with addiction, which if she doesn't, dude, that's great. Man, I'm jealous, because most families in America deal with addiction. Most families have 6 people or more, and one of them, on average, is an addict or deals with addiction problems in some way, shape, or form. And with the survivors or the victims, it doesn't matter if they're addicts. It doesn't matter if they're not. Like, that is not important, and that feeds the fire and feeds the fuel to society's negative outlook on addicts and use of substances in general. You got to remember, when the U.S. outlawed alcohol is drugs. Anyone that says that it's not, it's just a justification. Alcohol is drugs. And why it's drugs is because when you look up what the worst substances are for a human body, alcohol is tied with benzodiazepines. It is worse for your body than heroin is. It is worse for your body than cocaine is. It is worse than your body than meth is. We outlawed it, and our own police, politicians, and general public was continuing to pursue and offer alcohol. Like, we are a society built around substance use and or abuse. We've just chosen as a society to classify, the non-taxable forms as illegal drugs, and that is what it is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with everything you just said there. And again, I don't think it matters whether they're using drugs or not. They still deserve justice. They still deserve people who care about their case and their lives and their families. And whether they're addicts or not, it doesn't matter. They could still be successful in school. As I said before, I have seen many a functioning addict do a ton. They may fail in other ways in their lives. Some of the most successful
people I've ever met were functioning addicts, and some of the most unsuccessful I've ever met were non-functioning addicts. Yeah,
absolutely. So I think you have to look for other markers there than just were they succeeding in school or not. I think it goes a little bit deeper than that. But, I respect her opinion. She was trying to bring a lot of awareness to addiction in that stream and video, which I think is great. There always needs to be more attention brought to addiction, because it is something that is so taboo still in a lot of ways. A lot of people don't believe that it's a mental health illness still. They think it's just a choice. They think you just want to have fun because you think drugs are fun, which drugs are fun, by the way. They just can ruin your life. So you got to weigh the pros and cons there.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, there's a reason why so many people use, and I'm not even talking about addicts. I mean, in general, there are a lot of non-addicts out there that they just use respectfully. They go see witch doctors. They get cabins in the woods. They only do it twice a year or on their birthday or like all these things. If they weren't fun, that wouldn't be there. Now, the big difference is do you have leftover trauma in your life that you're not able to properly cope with? Because if you're one of those people that do and you choose to use, then you're setting yourself up with the stats against you in that situation. And that's never a good situation, because any of those substances, including alcohol, including tobacco, including working out, including anything that gets your adrenaline going and your what's it called, the dopamine in your head flowing, whatever, then you're at risk. You are at risk if you have that trauma and you're not where you need to be coping mechanism wise with that trauma. So just be careful, and yeah. So, addiction is just something that's like close to my heart. I want everybody to educate themselves on it so badly, and not just, I don't know, there's a lot of biased sources for information. I always suggest getting your education from a rehabilitated addict. Mm-hmm. That is the best source for information about addiction, is like a rehabilitated addict who's now a counselor, or wants to talk about this subject, because it's when you go through counseling or group therapy for this disease, you might as well earn a degree, because they teach you so much about mental health, about how your brain processes things, why you are this way. So I don't know, but like I said, not trying to call anybody out. I just think it's important to mention what we mentioned here. And yeah, I want to know what you guys think about this topic. Do you think that Bryan Kohberger being an addict means anything to... Is it pertinent to the case? Like, does it matter? Is it nothing? Or is it something? Yeah.
And yeah, I'll leave you with that question.
All right. All right. So, why does everybody, news sources, people online, guilters that believe that Bryan Kohberger's guilty, innocenters that believe Bryan Kohberger's innocent, people that are in between, like, why does everyone believe there is such a cult presence, satanic presence in Idaho, specifically Coeur d'Alene or Rathdrum, which those two towns are two locations where the victims are from one area, one from the other. So I wanted to find out, because I'm already looking into one piece, okay, out there that is wild and adds to the whole drama, mystery, whatever of that area, okay? It adds to the potential violence that could have gone on in that area with people missing and things like that. So what's going on in Idaho in these areas? Well, I'll tell you. In 1881, okay, we had Rathdrum and Coeur d'Alene. In 1881, Rathdrum was a bustling town with a population of 1,000. Now, in that town, they had a railroad station that provided transportation for people for that town and a few other surrounding towns, heading to the mining district in Coeur d'Alene. And it was called Silver Valley. I'm assuming they're mining silver there. To be honest, I didn't go looking into why it's called Silver Valley, because it's not important to this, right? The only thing I did wonder, which I don't have an answer for, but if one of you can answer it, that'd be amazing, is I've seen in my history of research, just based on things that I've liked in the past and read up on, that for whatever reason, major mineral deposits around silver, gold, platinum, things like that, tend to have like a lot of spooky, culty, UFO-y, weird stuff that goes on around it? Is it because there just happens to be additional criminal activity because criminals see an easy win in this and people go missing? Is that something to it? Or does it attract, going full tin hat here, UFOs? Like, you know what I mean? It's interesting. So, Silver Valley. So Rathdrum was actually the main seat. It served as the first seat of Kootenai County in 1908 when Coeur d'Alene replaced it, meaning Coeur d'Alene got bigger, was more bustling, was more on the scene than Rathdrum was. So from 1908 and into the following decades, Rathdrum remained a small town with a population of less than 800 by 1970. So not only was it like staying where it was, it actually had a slight decrease. Well, in the 70s, most people know about the Satanic Panic, right? Mm-hmm. The whole U.S., coast to coast, you guys, had a fear of Satanism. You have Charles Manson, who comes out with like upside down crosses or X's on their forehead after they just got caught murdering a bunch of people in a straight up sex cult. You know what I mean? Like, that blew people's minds, all right? And in an awful way, too. I mean, you're talking about a pregnant woman, you're talking about movie stars, and the things that they did with their blood was just disgusting. Like, worst case situation, worst case scenario, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's really bad. Really, really bad.
Yeah, horrible, horrible. And that sparked that Satanic Panic, which
I would be pretty terrified, too, if that was happening around me. But I wouldn't be scared of Satanists. Like,
right,
he was
that's
a cult.
what is
he was
weird.
A cult leader. It had nothing to do with Satan at all.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is so weird. Is you had all these towns, like these two small towns, that are like checking their kids to see if they have pentagrams on them. You know what I mean? What?
Yeah, at the time there was a lot of music coming out too that was, showing imagery of pentagrams and stuff like that.
Yeah, just because they thought it was ridiculous. It was the anti-culture, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Absolutely.
So,
it's my favorite kind.
yeah, many theories exist, though, however, that attempt to explain the origins of the rumors claiming a witch cult existed in Rathdrum. And that's where a lot of this started, you guys, is you have Coeur d'Alene, you have Rathdrum, that there's this idea that there are all these cults. They're literally a witch cult. Now, for those of you that have watched our stream for a while, you guys will have seen... what was it, the governor-elect, or was it, who was it that had that cult commercial where he drives up in his Silverado and like spins out and, stops a Bible from being burned and something else and you have all these people
the Constitution
in their hoods around the fire, you know what I mean? And it was just, yeah, and the Constitution, it's really crazy, but I'm assuming that even was helped driven and pushed by a lot of these ideas, you know what I mean? Which is interesting. You have politicians who are continuing this idea. So, where did they come from? And you know what's interesting? They literally had witch hunting parties in this area, like in the 70s. Okay?
What?
In the 70s. Witch hunting parties and cult hunting parties and things like that. Yeah, like, it was taken very far, all right? So, one thing that continued to spark and drive this narrative, and I'm going to hack this. I already know I am. I'm probably just going to put the word up on the screen so you guys even know what I'm talking about. But, so there is a group of people, of religious people, and they're Catholic people. They are called Tridentines, I believe.
Oh, never heard of that.
Tridentines, Tridentines. So, Tridentines residing in the Hidden Valley to the northwest of Rathdrum. Tridentines are members of the Roman Rite Mass of the Catholic Church, also known as the Tridentine Mass, traditional Latin Mass, or traditional rite. Now, Tridentine traditions and characteristics were very unfamiliar to the other conservatives of Rathdrum, such as their requirement that women, wear traditional blue nun habits at all times. So a straight-up nun's outfit, a blue nun's outfit, all women must wear them at all times.
Sounds
so,
like... Oh,
it sounds wild. Like, that sounds like a lot, you know? In an article published in the Idaho Statesman of November 5th, 1982, a 22-year-old Tridentine woman stated, in parentheses, "I know the people did think we were worshiping the devil. We were very much opposed to that kind of thing, and were in fact doing just the opposite." For some of the rumors caused real terror and great concern for their own safety, family, and friends in these towns, okay? Now get this. Here's some of the rumors. So some of the rumors, and these are accounts from the sheriffs, the police department, the law enforcement of the area, when you had people reaching out to law enforcement and saying these things. So the rumors included stories of terrifying rituals and activities carried out by cult members in the areas surrounding Rathdrum and Cordale Lane. One of the rumors involved a human chain. Sound familiar? It reminds me of like human centipede, which is disgusting, but
a human chain.
Yeah, formed by dark cloaked figures across highways like Idaho 41 and the US 95. These figures linked themselves in a straight line, attempting to stop cars and capture their next victim, effectively causing all the people in these towns not to drive at night. And it worked. People wouldn't drive at night for fear of the human chain. Weird, right? So, some people claimed that after being hit by a vehicle, the figures disappeared into thin air. So some people claim they saw this human chain of people linking, and they were unwilling to stop because they didn't want to be their next victim. So they just drove through them out of fear, and they would just dissipate and then reconnect.
Sounds like another incident of like mold in the air, in the water supply, in the bread. you know?
It sounds like the witch trials. Like, this is wild stuff, dude.
Yeah, because the witch trials were people literally like hallucinating and losing their minds.
And here's the thing: this went on in the 60s and 70s, and it's still continuing today.
Oh.
Not people claiming this, but everyone has talked about the weird cult stuff in that area. Where do you think it came from? This is why we're talking about it. It's continued to today. People still are talking about cult stuff in that area. So, there's no evidence that the human chain ever existed, obviously. If you were a cult or a witch group of people, why would you ever admit you had a human chain? You know what I mean?
I wouldn't.
You'd keep that under wraps. Yet the story caused many citizens to never drive on the highway, and especially at night. In the article published in the Idaho Statesman, November 5th, 1982, Kootenai County Sheriff F.E. Stalder described his experience as a detective during the scare. He stated that at the height of the crisis, he remembered receiving reports of skinned cats, bonfires out in the woods randomly all over, fires in the middle of the road, people in the middle of the road, the human chain, people around fires on the side of the road, cars appearing and disappearing.
Did you say skinned cats?
Skinned cats, yep.
Like the dog in Moscow?
Yes. So, in the same article, a 57-year-old woman from nearby town of Athol shared how she overheard a conversation at the Kootenai Memorial Hospital involving a police officer who told another woman he hadn't found anything in the road where she claimed to have hit someone with her car. Following that conversation, the Athol woman said that she overheard a man in a wheelchair claim he had been hit by a car while serving on the human chain. This just sounds like crazy gossip, dude.
What the heck?
Yeah. Though tales of human chains and satanic rituals instigated a scare among the citizens of Rathdrum, evidence supporting the claims was never presented. In an article in Spokane Chronicle from February 22nd of 74, County Sheriff Thor Fladwed stated, "We've never been able to establish any basis that there was any satanic cult," according to Fladwed. This was the first time rumors surfaced about a devil cult in Rathdrum, aside from the odd and old rumors that the two events Rathdrum citizens into believing devil worship cult exists. So, this is weird. So, October 31st, 1977, mentions the first event, cattle mutilations that appeared on Silt, S-Y-L-T-E, Silt Ranch in 1972. So apparently in 1972, there was a bunch of cattle that were skinned pieces missing from them, things like that we see all the time.
So during that time, I get it was the Satanic Panic, but one other thing is that I read a book that was about a true story. It was a true crime story of a young man who was kind of roped in by a girl he liked into joining some other kids, because they were teens, who were worshiping Satan.
Yep.
And what they would do is go out to cow fields and do sacrifices to cows. And apparently that was not so rare back then.
Yeah.
Like, that is one thing that they did, was kill cows and sacrifice them.
Yep, and do really weird things to them. Yeah, I gotcha.
So, it could have been some, like, kids being kids and doing dumb stuff.
But what's interesting, it could be, absolutely.
I mean, it's super messed up.
What's interesting is a lot of these rumors started in the late 1800s, early 1900s, all the way up. They got like a renewal in the 50s and 60s. Then you had that happen with the cattle in 72, where you had a whole bunch of cattle happen. Okay. And the second event was the disappearance of Ronald and Rita Markison. And this really changed things in this area. And this was 73. So you have the cattle in 72 and then this event in 73. And that's what we're going to be focusing on here for a little bit. So Ronald Markison, 22, and his wife Rita, 20, went missing on Monday, November 19th, 1973. They were last seen that night leaving a dental clinic in Hayden Lake, where Rita worked as a dental assistant. The following Friday night, authorities found Markison's vehicle empty with shattered windows on Highway 53, about 4 miles from Rathdrum. Okay? All the windows broken out and nobody there.
That is weird.
The sheriff's office conducted searches through the wilderness surrounding Rathdrum, but the only evidence discovered in the month following Markison's disappearance was Rita's purse. Now, I have a really weird thing here, okay?
Okay.
So, on 2 different articles I found, it says that they found their bodies without the head.
Okay.
In this article, it doesn't say that, okay? And this article is from a more trusted source that I'm pulling some of these details from. But what's weird is in every article, they confirm their persons by finding the head and not the body. But it doesn't talk about this. So I'm led to believe that they really did find the bodies without the heads, because they found the heads decades later. So that's weird, right?
Yeah.
So
very weird.
If we follow the storyline of the bodies and the heads, is they would have found the bodies within this first week.
Okay.
But not their heads, meaning for whatever reason in the 70s they weren't able to confirm that they were them without that. So they found their car 4 miles outside Rathdrum, and they found their bodies. So the sheriff's office conducted searches throughout the wilderness surrounding Rathdrum, but the only evidence discovered was Rita's purse, later found by a farmer on the banks of Pend Oroville River on December 18th. Now, rumors about the Marcusins falling into the clutches of the local devil-worshipping cult circulated in the winter months following their disappearance, of course. According to Spokane Chronicle article from February 22nd, 1974, stories described how the couple was killed in some bizarre manner, and later the discovery of the Marcusins' bodies is being kept secret by the authorities for unknown reasons. So I really think they found the bodies, I'm telling you.
And not the heads.
And not the heads, yes.
That's pretty freaky.
It's super freaky. And during a satanic panic, 1 year or less right after the cows, okay, you have active people out here, whether the Satanism is real or not, whatever you believe, okay, the people that were acting these things out believed it was real. And that's what's important. And that's what we argue all the time, is like, people out there don't want to talk about tin hat or conspiracy topics, but the important thing is if the suspect believes these things and cares about them, then we should, regardless if it makes sense or not.
Yep.
It doesn't need to make sense. Crime doesn't make sense. Statistically, it doesn't make sense.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
So other stories told the couple's bodies being drained of blood in a satanic ritual that took place in some area outside Rathdrum, Coeur d'Alene, or Spokane. The circulating rumors, I wish I could find out if the bodies were drained of blood. That would be wild. So the circulating rumors traumatized the Marcusins' friends and family, especially Ronald's mother, Mrs. Velma Marcusin, who took to local television in January to say that they weren't part of this cult. Like, got on television and said they weren't part of this cult. That's how serious people were taking this. So,
I bet.
Yeah. After months of searching for Ronald and Rita, in May of 74, a farmer found bits of clothing, hair, and pieces of bones scattered in a field. That's what they're claiming. I think that could be because they got the bodies, you know.
Yeah.
Authorities identified the remains as Rita's approximately 5 months later on October 5th. Bear hunters found a skull. Dental records identified it as Rita's. In November of 1973, George E. Stroish from Post Falls, a suspect in the Marcusin disappearance, pleaded innocent to grand larceny for stealing Marcusin's cars. Now, this is interesting. This guy, Stroish, George E. Stroish, was in jail, and his cellmate claims that he was bragging about doing these murders. I couldn't find anything saying anywhere a statement saying that, which is interesting, right? If you're part of law enforcement in this area and you have a crazy satanic panic going on and no information is going to bring these two back, right? And you have no leads, you don't know what to do. Does it make sense to like nudge that along to stop this, to stop people from leaving your town, to make people like calm down, you know?
Yeah, I think so.
I agree too. I think it's really possible. So after 22 years, and he never got charged for it, okay? So that's another interesting thing. They claim they had an eyewitness saying that he did this, that he made a statement to his cellmate. His cellmate ratted on him is what they're saying. But he never was charged. So, okay, interesting, right? After 22 years, investigators finally solved the Marcusins' mystery. On October 25th, 1995, a man found Ronald Marcusin's skull. Again, they found Rita's skull, and then they found Marcusin's skull. Skull, no bodies.
In the same area?
Nope, they were miles apart from each other, but again, no bodies. Like, that adds weight to the fact the heads were taken off.
Yeah, obviously.
And I don't think that it's just Stroish who was some criminal who, like, multiple people were there if they're taking off heads and things like that. You know what I mean? So,
yeah. And there's multiple. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
in
Yeah.
different areas. Like, there's a
Right.
lot going on here.
That
It
is
would
a
be
lot.
a lot for one person, is what I'm saying. So, but anyways, they found his skull, okay? And it was how many miles apart here? Let me see. So the satanic cult. So Rathdrum during the 1970s, facts supporting the existence of a satanic cult that terrorized the town have yet to be found. In an article previously mentioned from the Spokesman Review, October 31st, 1997, a North Idaho College student mentioned a supposed prison interview with Charlie Manson, where he stated he wanted to move to the town because it had the largest concentration of witches and devil worshippers in the country. Supposedly Charlie Manson said this about Coeur d'Alene or Rathdrum. Weird, right?
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I know. I know. I know. It is crazy. It is crazy. Yeah, but
Very strange.
so his skull was found 4 miles away from hers, though, and they don't have any suspects.
Pretty good distance.
Yeah, they don't have any suspects. They're saying it's this guy. This guy never says it's him. He ends up passing and whatever. They never find a real suspect and really charge them. But this couple, this normal, regular couple, she was a dental assistant, somehow got picked up while they were driving home on this highway. All their windows busted out in their car. They go missing. Their heads taken off, okay? And put out in the wilderness in random spots.
Very strange,
Yeah,
man.
and then there's these rumors under the town's breath of the bodies being drained of their blood, like strange stuff here, okay? Really strange stuff. One interesting thing is there was no damages on her head. They believe that she was suffocated, but he had 2 holes in his head they believe were bullets. So
They believe we're bullets. They don't know.
I mean, no. The skull had been out there
yeah,
for like
no,
30
you're right.
years or
Yeah.
something crazy like
you're
that.
right, but
So,
you think there would be a bullet? Like, it's metal is as better than bone as far
but
as
the head was
deterioration.
gone, like
Yeah,
gone.
I guess it could have
it
been
could be
out.
one shot to
in and
an
out.
exit.
You're
yeah.
right. It could be. It could be.
So it says from the mystery of the Markisons' disappearance took more than 2 decades to solve. However, the rumors connecting the couple's disappearance to a devil-worshipping cult never subsided. While there is evidence to support murder in Rathdrum during the 70s, facts supporting the existence of a satanic cult that terrorized the town have yet to be found. But yeah, interesting. So from its origins of a bustling railroad transfer station in 1881 to a disrupted town experiencing the weight of a satanic cult and double murder in 1973, Rathdrum exemplifies the multifaceted history of Idaho's small towns that are often influenced by folklore, places where violent crimes stand out more because they generally lack levels of violence experienced in larger towns and cities. Yet it remains clear that human beings in general often use exaggerated rumors to help make sense of the very real tragedies that threaten them. Okay, so I have a little bit more I gotta give here. So
Okay.
I went into this, right? And I'm always trying to figure things out. That's just how my brain works. And I'm always questioning things and doubting statements, things like that. So I went and started looking into, I was like, okay, well, that's weird. Are there any other crimes? Whatever. Yeah. There's multiple other weird crimes that are very similar in this fashion. So I was like,
Wait, similar to this?
kind of, yeah, with bodies being found randomly on the side of the road, the weird parts missing, things like that. So you have, in September of 1980, Chris Jennings was just typical teen, found no suspects. You have Kootenai County Sheriff's deputies responding the morning of November 26, having discovered multiple remains by the sheriff's office. So as I'm looking this up, I'm like, okay, that's super weird. Then let's look at how many missing people there are per capita, okay? Idaho is almost double the national average for missing people. Yeah.
Oh, Brendan, that's really scary.
Idaho's average rate of missing persons is about 10.59 per 100,000 people. So if you're listening to this, like, you know, I want you to doubt me, okay? So the Idaho average rate of missing persons is about 10.59 per 100,000 persons. The third highest, only after Alaska, which is 40 missing people because of where it's at. You know what I mean? It's 40 missing per 100,000. Because if you get caught outside,
the environmental factors are way different.
Yeah, you're done. You're toast. Like, you can't be outside for 15 minutes sometimes, you know?
Well, maybe not even like 5 in some occasions.
Depending on what you're wearing, yeah. And then Arizona, which is a crime hotbed and multiple different reasons why out there. But even Arizona is only like 11.59, so one extra person. But the national average is roughly 6.47. Is that not crazy, you guys?
Could it be because of Arizona being a crime hotbed and it traveling straight up through Vegas up to Idaho? Like, that's a route? That's a route? And I believe it is, according to the maps we've seen, that's a route.
I hear you, but that doesn't change the fact that it's strange. Because crime is not like, yeah, let's go to Canada. No way. There's no...
I'm talking about distribution of things.
To go where?
Just up throughout that area of the United States. Washington, Idaho, Oregon.
The U.S. are the users, okay? And there's some main hubs. And they come in through the ocean. They're going to come into the ports of Washington. Or they're going to come up from, Ensenada to San Diego to whatever up through there, or it's going to come into the port of LA and Long Beach into Arizona. That's just a very weird place to go up through Idaho. It doesn't make sense. There is not another big city up there. Seattle's
Spokane.
on the That's not a big city.
You're right. It's not like Seattle.
So Seattle's on the water. There isn't another one. It doesn't make sense. It is not a hotbed. It's not like traveling from Texas to Chicago.
I get what you're saying, but Canada has a lot of issues with their own drugs.
Not like U.S. So again, I'm telling you, statistically, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Statistically, it would come in through the port, not driving through one of the hottest areas in the entire world, which is the U.S., to get to Canada, which isn't as much of drug users as the U.S. The U.S. is... No one else compares to the drug use we use. Nobody. In the entire world. Yeah. So you're going to risk to get to Canada going through the hottest place in the world?
I mean, yeah, you're right. Using a boat, using ports makes more sense, for sure.
Right. I don't think so. If that were true, you would have California up there, New Mexico up there, Nevada up there. It would follow all those states. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It is Arizona, and... If you guys know Arizona, there are multiple clashing drug entity organizations there. I think that's why you have so many missing people.
For sure.
Vegas, mobs, things like that. You know what I mean? But like on the way there, it's a major hub. But it just doesn't make sense to include Idaho. It does not make sense, man.
Okay. Well, I mean, it is really strange. Like, I kind of can't believe that, and it actually makes more sense to me now why they have their missing people project that they do.
I know.
Because clearly they have a major issue.
Yep.
And I've lived in a ton of small towns, across multiple states in the United States.
This is just Rathdrum.
And I would not describe those small towns as running off of superstition.
Look.
But, like, it's weird for me that a small town like Rathdrum, and like they kind of said all small towns in Idaho like ran off of like that superstition. And what did they say? It was superstition and something else. You said it earlier that Idaho small towns run off of these things, like these ideas. Like they have a lot of superstitions and stuff, like not driving at night.
What, just influenced by folklore?
Yes. I would not say any other small town I've lived in America, I wouldn't say they base anything off of that. Folklore and superstition.
I mean, that's where those things are known to come from. That's where they get that idea. You have the South with Southern Baptist locations and small towns that have more churches than they do, street lights. You have small towns that have more churches than they do Starbucks. Anywhere there's a church, especially a Southern Baptist church, there is going to be folklore and these ideas of
about
Satan.
The South.
And Satan is okay, but Idaho is very similar. It's a very, very similar demographic, living next to Washington with a really tight drug legal system and a ton of churches. So that's why I'm making that comparison, because people watching do know what I'm talking about, and they know that anywhere there's a bunch of churches like that, there is going to be folklore, there is going to be satanic panic, and there is going to be exactly what this is talking about. So I think it's fitting in Idaho.
Okay. It may be fit. That's what I'm saying, though. It's fitting for Idaho, but not everywhere else, and I think that's weird.
Yeah. Maybe.
That's kind of my point. That just because it's a small town doesn't mean that that's like the norm, that it runs off of folklore and superstition, because I don't think that's the norm. However, if you go to certain small towns in certain areas of America, like the South or apparently Idaho, then yeah, you're going to run into stuff like that.
Yeah, maybe. I just know that small towns get a bad rap, and they should. Small towns tend to have really ineffective police stations and police forces. Not all. So if you're in a small town and you're tied to law enforcement, I am not saying all. But statistically, the most problematic police stations and forces are in small towns. You pair that with an overabundance of churchgoers and religion. I mean, that is a melting pot for this crazy, gossipy telephone town police.
Yeah, the churches
thing.
are what matter. You're right. You're right. I think that's what matters.
It's wild. It's just crazy, and this insanely high average of missing persons that's almost double the national average. Like, whew. Someone explain that for me.
Yeah, it's weird.
But yeah, let me know what you guys think.
We have recently got confirmation from the University of Idaho that they will be demolishing the 1122 King Road house, or Queen Road, whatever you want to call it, December 28th of this year, while the students are on winter break, to not hopefully disrupt their lives too much if they live in the area. Apparently it'll take like several days to completely clear the site, and they're going to leave it as a green space for a while because they have no plans of what to do with that space. But, so December 14th and 15th, which 15th is today, the defense gets access to the home, just like the FBI did last month, right? It was last month, to take photographs, measurements, and maybe some drone footage. So, I mean, that's good that they're going back in there before it gets demolished to collect that information, especially considering that, the FBI was back in there. That's good and everything. We all know that the family, especially the Gonzalez family and their Coronado family, really didn't want this house demolished. And I think for pretty good reason. But I wanted to dig into that a little bit. First, I'll read a statement from President Scott Green talking about why they are demolishing the home, which was given to them after, the Idaho 4 slayings, because there was asbestos found in the house. What happened there? Like, I'm assuming the owners were just like, there's nothing we can really do with this house now. Here you go. Do what you need to do with it. And it's pretty close to the campus, too. Like, campus lines, I think, literally is, like, right there. Like, right there. It basically, ends at the house.
Yeah.
So, President Scott Green said, "It is a grim reminder of the heinous act that took place there. While we appreciate the emotional connection some family members of the victims may have to this house, the emotional connection they have to this house, it is time for its removal to allow the collective healing of our community. The decision to tear down the home during the winter break was to decrease impact of students that live in the area. It says that Germer Construction of Moscow will serve as a general contractor and provide project oversight while also performing site rehabilitation, grading, utility disconnection, and demolition assistance at a reduced cost to the university."
All right.
Yeah, there is some media instructions for attending the demolition, which I thought was interesting.
Like, what?
Like, that they're going to block off the road, that there's parking. It tells you where to park. No overnight parking, though. You're not allowed to camp out, I guess.
Okay.
Drones can't be launched from university property. Yeah. Okay. That's it from the university. And they talk about them granting them access and stuff, the defense. But the statements from the Gonzalez family, because that's all I got here. I got one from, assuming Chrissy, because she's the one that runs the Facebook page, the Gonzalez family Facebook page, was really just that she's been having some really hard days lately, and this is another one because they just found out about the home, and that she gets it. It's an eyesore and everything. And that it's more of an emotional thing for her, is that, yes, Kaylee, she died here, but she also lived, like, a really happy life here, too, and it's just a sad day for her knowing it's going to be gone. A piece of her almost is gone. And I understand that a lot.
Yeah.
I get that. But in the same respect, that's not a reason to keep the house up. Now, where the reason comes in, and I have a statement here from the Gonzalez family lawyer, Shannon Gray, is this. I'm not going to read all of it because it's pretty long, but a couple sentences from it. And it says, "Let us ask this. Isn't it better to have the King Road house and not need it than need the house and not have it? That's been our question to the prosecution and the university the entire time. Why is it even up for discussion?"
Who made that statement?
The attorney for the Gonzalez family, Shannon Gray.
Because I know also a lot of big commenters that have to do with this are actually speaking against it, which I'm really surprised. You have, like, Bryan Enton even is like, nah, why tear it down now, Yeah,
what's the point? Why did you hold out this long to just tear it down now?
It's strange. It's kind of strange. Like, I would feel less strange about it if they just decided to tear it down the first time they were deciding.
Right.
Like, what was the point in waiting?
Right.
Like, what? Because you're still not waiting till the end of the trial, so... Like, what?
Yeah, why didn't you either make the decision to keep it until trial or not? Yeah. Like, what changed? Because it seemed like you were going to keep it for the trial, and now all of a sudden you're like, We're actually going to tear it down now.
Were they unsure before that they were going to be able to convict Bryan and something's changed?
But the university shouldn't be privy to that information.
Oh, gosh, it's a small town. Come on.
They shouldn't, though.
Yeah.
There's a gag order. They shouldn't know that.
It's a small town.
Yeah. So.
Fry's wife is...
Clerk of court, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Signing a lot of those documents.
Absolutely. So they sound upset. They sound really upset by it being torn down. And they ask questions that I have been asking, and that we don't know what the jurors are going to want or need to make a decision on this. That clearly there is some evidentiary value, considering that the prosecution and the defense have both revisited the property since keeping it up, making the decision to keep it up. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, that was the whole thing when the FBI went back. Like, weren't you guys going to tear this down? And now you see value in it? And that, like, made the family happy. And now they're like, yeah, but we're going to tear it down now.
Maybe they just needed to final, like, triple, quadruple check. I don't know. I'm not sure. This is one of those topics where I feel like I need some more information to make a sound decision and judgment on it. I do know it feels weird.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm. So... there is a Boise-based defense attorney, David Leroy, that said juries sometimes do want to walk through space, especially a big space. When it's a large house like this and it's kind of confusing, they do want to walk through it. So, in this case, he said, however, both sides have the time and the technology to recreate the structure. They'll have diagrams, three-dimensional recreations, photographs, videos. He said, I would not expect the jury to be lost in the special relations in the home and understanding the crime scene. Which I guess is a good point. Like, if you have Pharaoh scans and you can literally put on like VR goggles and walk through the home, okay. If you have a 3D physical model in front of you, okay. But I would like to know, in the virtual reality little goggles, can I walk outside behind the house, behind the tree line, and see exactly how well I can see in the windows? Yeah. Like, can I do all of that? Or can you
almost trip on that one weird step where it's the half of the house, like, you know?
Because, yeah, you're right. You wouldn't necessarily realize, oh, I might trip over that step walking here if you're doing it in virtual reality.
Yep.
Like, there's going to be little nuances that, you know, you wouldn't necessarily pick up on. Which, I mean, the step, I guess... we pick up on that, but that's because we've been, like, obsessing over the case for, like, a long time now.
Yeah.
And been thinking about those things. Hopefully the jury will do that. But I wanted to look into how often juries walk through crime scenes. And apparently it's pretty rare. It's pretty rare that they do.
Really?
It's not a very common thing. The most cited cases are O.J. Simpson and Murdaugh. So, and those are like very special examples, you know?
Yeah.
But here there was a part here I wanted to. So I think that it would make sense for a jury to want to walk through this place. But in the same respect, maybe like, because you were like, you felt like you wouldn't need it.
I don't think I would need it personally, but it's super important, though, that I clarify that, because even though I feel like I personally wouldn't need it, I understand and feel the value of people needing to do that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I get it. So
normally in a situation like this, in a criminal trial, it has to be requested by either the defense or the prosecution for the jury to view the crime scene, and then it's up to the judge whether to approve it or not. In many cases, it doesn't happen because normally the trial is taking place many years later, where a lot of things have changed. And taking the jurors there could give them a false impression of what happened. If there are certain structural changes, like floor and wall cutouts, I guess, like we don't know exactly what's changed in that home. Is it at all structurally inside like it used to be? Like, can you even get a real feel from it? And that goes back to your question which you may not have seen this on live stream the other day, where you said, are they even going to use it anyway?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, if they are not going to use it no matter what, is it that important?
What's the point
Because
then?
the jury themselves, I don't think, can request to go see it. It has to be requested by the defense or the prosecution.
Yep. Correct, yep.
We're not talking about a grand jury, okay? A grand jury can ask to investigate a case. I don't think regular, trial juries can do that. Maybe they can tell somebody, but I don't even think they're not even supposed to talk about the case amongst each other.
Yeah, until the end.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So now that we have these 3D presentations too, it's even less needed in a lot of judges' and attorneys' minds. It's even less needed. So what was already once very rare is going to become even more rare because of the technology we have today.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I have no idea. In order for me to make a decision, this is one thing where I feel like I would have to be a juror first and feel the differences myself. I don't think I would need it. I don't. I've often wondered too over the last week is going on site actually harmful because of people's biased beliefs? So, and here's an example. Have you ever driven somewhere where it's supposedly haunted, it's supposedly satanic, there's supposedly something weird and eerie going on there, and you get there and you feel something's up, feel it, even though nothing's changed? There is no difference in the air temperature, there is no difference in moisture, it's the same everything, but you feel like something's up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Could that bias, because that's what it is, when you're feeling that is a personal bias, drawing connections between your socially built perceptions of what Satanism is, ghost hunting is, UFO, whatever that area is you went, criminal, crimes, whatever, you're drawing a connection in your mind and you're creating that feeling. So is going to the house gonna create something like that? I don't know, but that one argument that wouldn't you rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it? Yeah, because understand that it doesn't matter if it's tore down. Also, for someone like me, it wouldn't matter if it was left up. Yeah. I wouldn't feel some type of way with it being left up. I wouldn't feel some type of way with it being tore down.
That's why I think it's honestly kind of messed up that they are taking into account all the community's feelings in this matter.
That's not affected.
It is a house. It is a house. It is just a building sitting there. If you are that affected by a building sitting there, which is not even on campus, mind you,
I know. That's
a bit ridiculous to be
it does feel.
We need it tore down so we can move on. No, you need justice for the victims. Like, if we're talking about closure here, tearing down a house, I don't think provides closure.
Yeah.
A conviction does. Knowing what happened, having all the facts and truth out there, and justice for the victims and the families and the community that lived in terror because of this crime. That is the real closure.
Agreed.
Not tearing down the house. Like, why are we putting so much emotional significance into something that is not alive, that is made of wood and concrete and drywall and nails? Like, come on. It literally means nothing. It means nothing.
Yeah.
Now, I understand it meaning something to the parents because of it, their daughter and everything. And I understand that. But I think that they would be more willing to let it go if it weren't for the fact that we don't have a conviction yet. They would be fine with it, I think. Mm-hmm. It would be sad, but they'd be like, okay, like, the time has come, closure has come, let go of it.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they're going to be out here fighting after the trial, being like, no, keep the house up because my daughter lived there. Like, they're not going to do that. So, I don't know. I just think it's kind of silly that the main reason for tearing down this home is not, well, it's a biohazard, or it's a there's asbestos leaking out of it now because of this or that, because we tore it up. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's not about it being a hazard in any kind of way. It's literally about people's feelings.
Yeah. I know.
But that makes me question, is that the real reason?
Yeah, I hear you.
Because I don't think
gonna,
that's the real reason.
I think that's going to spark a lot of people feeling like that, too. So at least for us in Thought Riot Podcast, like, we're going to talk about things that even if maybe we don't find interesting personally, but the community does, we're going to talk about it because Thought Riot Podcast is the community and people that watch and support us. Like, we are a think tank talking about everybody's ideas, and your idea is just as important as my idea in our eyes. So,
I just don't think that's the real motivations behind tearing it down.
Yeah, multiple people have left those comments. So, yes, I don't think that you're alone in wondering that. I've wondered that too. I don't know how likely there's some weird thing going on, but is it possible? Absolutely. I think anything's possible, you guys. Absolutely anything's possible, and we're absolutely going to ask the question. So, could there be some other reason? Maybe. Do they already have plans for that house? Maybe. Do they, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know.
And if you wanted to, like, there's people that I saw some people talking about, like, well, maybe they don't want it there because they don't want people driving there from all over the country wanting to, like, see it, break into it, cause mischief. Like, they don't want to pay for security anymore. All those other things. And I understand that. But in the same respect, like, you know how many houses there are that are, like, historical now because of crime? Like Amityville Horror, like the Sharon Tate house was for a long time. It's not anymore. It was demolished and a new house put there, but that was, like, literally decades after the crime. The John Benet Ramsey house.
Yeah.
There's many, 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 many houses with new owners that they keep up. Just because, like, what's the point of tearing it down?
Yeah, no, I mean,
it's just a house.
That makes more sense than, like, some of the stuff I was thinking. I was thinking maybe they just needed that because that lot has, like, a bunch of trees around it and stuff. I was thinking maybe they needed that lot for, like, the local cult meeting.
You're probably right. Yeah, that's probably it. They wanted, like a little bonfire pit there or something to burn things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Regardless of if you tear down the house or not, if people are superstitious, if people are the kind of people who think a killing there creates some kind of energy, the house being there or not doesn't even matter. It's the land.
Yeah, you're right.
And people are still going to travel there, and
Yeah.
they're still going to drive on that road, and they're still going to look at that plot of land where the house no longer stands. It doesn't change anything. Still.
Yeah.
Whether you tear the house down or not.
They still have the tunnels underneath.
Yeah, there still are tunnels, like factually, not conspiracy. There are actually tunnels. I just don't know if they go to the house, but they are very close to the house.
Yeah, I say that half joking, but half not joking, where if you look at the layout, the actual city layout of the tunnels, one of them on paper shows it literally going like lining with the house, the side of the house. That's why people have speculated that there could be an entrance into the tunnels from that house because of those official documents. Yeah.
So originally...
But it doesn't go under the house. That's the troll
Let
part.
me ask one question. Why build an entrance to tunnels like that, to those steam tunnels, from a house? Originally, like, was it because that person wanted access to the tunnels because they did some kind of maintenance? They worked... Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what was the
original?
And if you know of a house that has tunnels, because I know there was plenty of commenters who said they had one attached to their house at some point in their life. Why was it there? Did you dig into the history of that home and why it was there? Because I think that matters. Like, just because there's a tunnel doesn't mean it was built there for some weird, like, cult thing. It could be a totally normal reason. But if you have tunnel access to your house and these tunnels go all over town, in the same respect, that's a bit freaking weird to have that. And it could be dangerous if people use these tunnels like they do in LA.
Illegal things, yeah.
Like they do in LA to do illegal things.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the underground city in LA. I 100% know it exists, and there are some concrete openings down there that are like 2 football fields in length and just have these square beams, and it's like just a giant thing. You could have full-on sports down there, like how big it is. So they're real. These things are real, you know, to support different areas in the city and whatever. But with the underground tunnels there, I get where you're going with that, and I think it would make sense. So wherever these tunnels were, okay, I think a couple reasons why there could be a house that could have a connection, or maybe there was the house there before it got extended and expanded, and the entrance was maybe in the backyard. Was it the house where the person manufacturing that tunnel was living at the time of the tunnels being manufactured? Because during the time when these tunnels were built, I think, if I'm remembering correct, I think it was like the 19 teens or 1920s or something like that. So they didn't have bulldozers. They weren't speeding through these tunnels like they were digging it. The gophers were digging it.
You're right. And that house originally was tiny.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
So did they build a tiny little house with access to the tunnels to dig every day?
Yeah, I think that's a very good possibility. And then when they extended on top of this tunnel, and whoever the owner was might have been like, well, that's really cool to have that there. I'm going to make a pop entrance, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Or to hide it if they're a landlord because they don't want students going into it or knowing that entrance is there. So they make some kind of secret door to where it could still be accessed, but largely unknown by anybody living there.
Yeah. Yep.
That's a smart business decision. You don't really want your tenants having access to a university steam tunnel, especially if they're students.
I agree.
So, I mean, it makes sense to me. I don't feel like it's that conspiracy theory to think that as a possibility. I'm just curious if we can find any evidence anywhere backing that up at all.
Yeah, but I mean, to go down that conspiracy hole, though, okay, the tunnels aren't conspiracy. The entrances, you can get into them. Like, none of that's conspiracy, but could it be used to not have to worry about police officers to transport dope? that starts going down the conspiracy hole, but that's a really smart idea. So, like, if I was doing those things, would I rather travel through a tunnel with a skateboard and a backpack on than up on the sidewalk with a skateboard and a backpack on all day long?
Yeah.
All day long.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I don't think it's that far-fetched either.
I don't either.
So.
I don't either at all. Because we know that tunnels are utilized in cities all over America all the time. Like,
Yep.
literally every day for
Yep.
criminal activity. It's not that far-fetched. But yeah, I mean, do you think that the university would want to hide something like that? Like, do you think that the demolition of that house could be, like, is there any weight? Like, could there be any possibility that they want to tear down the house to hide a tunnel entrance? And if there was ever evidence of trafficking in those tunnels? Like, what if, for instance, okay, there was this house, okay, and somebody did set up some kind of trafficking thing. And they were like, you know, the roommates knew about it and were like, okay, as long as we don't have nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? And they get paid a fee. Like, I will pay you $5,000 every month to keep your mouth shut and let me use the entrance to the tunnel in your house. But then for some reason, something happens and they start storing it there. They're like, okay, now shut your mouth because I need to use this room or this closet to store it.
Yeah.
And then something happens.
Yeah. I think any of the above are
now,
possible.
that's going tin hat, but it's still has basis in reality because things like that do happen.
Yeah, they do. They do.
But anyway, we're kind of going off on a huge tangent. This is about the demolition of the house. I mean, it's kind of relevant, but kind of not, because it's pretty tin hat. But I want to know what you guys think. Do you think there's evidentiary value still within this house, despite it having whole pieces cut out of it? Do you think that it's better to have it and not need it than tear it down and then need it? Like, would you need, as a juror, would you feel like you would need to see the house in person to really know what happened, to, like, get your head around it? I don't know if you've ever used virtual reality. If you have, like, is that enough for you to be in a virtual space and not be able to physically feel things? Like, I don't know. There's just something different about in person. But in the same respect, I think you're right. I think it can cause bias being in person and feeling that connection as a human. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
being
maybe.
in that place.
Yep.
I think it could.
I think anything's possible.
But yeah, I want to know your opinion on it. And that's it.
Yeah. All right. So for this last one here, this last conversation, all right, is going to be left open a little bit for some conversation. And I'm going to be showing some pictures on here that I'm hoping that you guys will be responding in the comments. And, you know, normally I do quite a bit of investigating, and I usually rewrite what I'm going to talk about so that I remember it and stuff, so I don't have to keep looking back when I'm having a conversation about it. This time, I intentionally didn't do that. I wanted to leave it bare and open so that we can talk about it and look at some of the details around this crime and crime scene. So what we're going to be talking about today is controlling the crime scene. Now, if you guys remember, we've talked about the 113 pieces of physical evidence and the fact that based on the national statistics and standards, that is next to nothing. Most crimes that are a homicide with an unsuspected suspect, meaning they don't know who they're looking for. They just have a homicide with no suspect. The average physical evidence gathered is in the upwards of 220 to 250 range, okay? Then remember, we have 4 people here, and if we're just being generous, you can cut that into 2 different crime scenes instead of 4 different areas of the house. So in 2 crime scenes, you would expect at least bare minimum 500 pieces of physical evidence, 40 to 500 pieces of physical evidence. So 113 is 20% of that. Like, you're cutting that into fifths, and that's the kind of physical evidence we have. In my opinion, something here feels wrong in the Idaho 4 Bryan Kohberger case, the main case we're investigating. But with these expert topics, which it's not really an expert topic, but it is a little bit, I guess, that we're going to be digging into because I have some points of reference here and things like that. But within the Idaho 4 case, this can apply, but it can also apply to other cases out there too, based on examples and things of that nature. So what do you think happens normally at a crime scene?
I think the first thing they do is check the victims. Like, they get to the victims. Do they need help? Are they alive and in need of medical attention or not? And as trained professionals, they will be careful about, while they're entering the home, trying not to step like in blood or anything like that. But initially, I think their concern is the person. Take care of the person first. But if they are not in need of help, if they are obviously gone and it is an obvious crime scene, immediately you secure the crime scene. Everybody out, nobody in here, block it off, quarantine it, call in a forensic team. Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the top 3 no matter where I look. So I like to take multiple different sources into account when I'm looking at this. And one of the sources I'm looking at is a 10 steps for controlling the crime scene, and it's through a police magazine. It's like policemag.com or something like that. And it is an overly qualified advanced crime scene investigator. It's GBI Special Agent Elena Honia or something like that. I'm probably hacking the last name, but I will put her on screen here. But she's only like one of 4 in her field. Like, that's how advanced her training and technology is. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and she's giving the rundown here on this, because I would have thought that same thing. Now, what's interesting is, EMS was first on scene, emergency services.
Yeah.
Now, did you know they're trained to control a crime scene? They can control, like, at least as well as they can. So, looking at this crime scene, taking into account 113 pieces of evidence and not having a plethora of DNA samples, like, to me, I keep going back to something feels wrong there. Something, and it feels like it could be obvious, feels wrong there, right? Well, let's play the tape back, and 1122, regardless what happened during that 8-hour period, we aren't even going to touch on that. We're just going to assume everything is standard and whatever, right? And the crime scene started when the call came in. So EMS gets there, and by that time, multiple kids had already been in that house there. Already in and trying to get to Ethan and check everybody and see what's going on. Multiple kids is what we're being told. And based on the person that reached out to me said that too. Then EMS gets there. They get there first, right? And I would assume, we don't have a statement, but I would assume they kick everybody out. Literally everybody out. Get out of here. They check the scene, whatever, and start controlling that. Then a police officer gets there minutes later, and if this is correct, what should have happened is that police officer should have gone inside and checked the crime scene. So this says, number 1, before anything else, which I kind of feel weird about this, but okay, I'm not in control of their training.
Okay.
She says the number one most important thing is officer safety first. That kind of feels weird. I feel like an officer signs up to, like, protect others first. So
I think the point is you can't help other people if you can't help yourself. So if you run in there like not caring, you're like, I'm a hero, and then you get shot or you get stabbed and killed because you weren't being careful and keeping in mind your own personal safety, you can't help anybody. You're gone.
Yeah, I get that. And I understand when it comes to mental health, that is number one, because that's flawed decision making. But with physical safety, like, I would really hope that an officer would get in front of a somebody who's not trained, like somebody in the general public, you know what I mean? That statement just makes me feel otherwise. But anyway, so officer safety first, and then the safety of others on scene. So the expectation would be to make sure everyone's out of there, and then make sure everyone is away from the scene. Number 2, clear the scene to verify no one is in hiding. So you would think the officer, knowing that they have a crime scene there, because EMS was there first, then the kids, like, they verified there's people passed already by the time the cop gets there. You would probably go in with gloves and check the house, clear the house, you know what I mean? And then this says document others' movements in the scene. So what you're supposed to do at that point is get out of the scene. So once you go in, and this is a really interesting part, you guys. So when I was doing crime scene investigations, it says that there's this rule of thumb that every single time someone enters a crime scene, you are bringing something in or taking something out. So you need to minimize the amount of people that are in and out of that crime scene.
That makes sense.
You know what's interesting, though?
What?
How many people did they call over to that house?
Oh my gosh, so many. Like, Idaho State police officers, like every officer probably from Moscow PD, FBI. There was, 60?
There was a lot. Well, there wasn't 60 officers there.
Well, no,
Not
you
FBI
said they
officers.
didn't go in either, is what you said about the FBI. But there was a lot of people there.
Yeah, so those early morning shots, I couldn't find a single FBI officer. Just to throw something else weird out there. I've never been able to find an FBI officer in a picture of that house during any of the times. I know, super strange. That goes back to what I was saying like some weeks ago.
That is strange.
I don't think the FBI was on scene or involved as much as we think they were. Okay, so then after they clear the scene, the officer should clear it and then exit outside and immediately start documenting everybody. Your focus after securing the inside is to check the outside and document. So an officer should have left the scene and started getting names and, okay, so you were here before I got here, you sit down. You were here, you sit down. What's your name? Da-da-da-da. Why were you here? What's your name? Why were you here? They should constantly be looking at the areas around it because criminals tend to return, you know what I mean? And that's actually one of the things they try and say Bryan Kohberger did, was he returned to the crime. We just haven't seen evidence yet. That's why I'm saying it in that way. I personally haven't seen evidence, and I don't take people at face value.
But that's interesting. I didn't think about that being the next step of secure the crime scene, then go outside and write down everybody that you see.
Yeah. I didn't either. That was new information for me.
But actually, it kind of makes sense now that I think about it, like with other situations I've been in with police where they start writing down everybody's name and asking you why you're here. Like, yeah, I guess they do that. But I've never been in a situation where I was present at, like, you know, a murder. So I haven't seen that in person.
This specifically says that the best way of doing this is body-worn cameras.
Of course.
To continue walking around and with your body camera. Just another reason why we always say body cameras need to be 24/7.
They're important for everybody.
They are important for everybody.
Everybody involved.
And it says, if EMS is on scene, allow them to do their job, which wouldn't apply in this situation. But try to document anything and everything they move or manipulate in the scene. EMS will manipulate the crime scene in the process of attempting to render aid, but if you document what they do and what they move, it assists the investigators and crime scene personnel with still being able to conduct a proper examination of the scene. Body-worn cameras are great for this. They help document the scene as it was when you arrived and allow you to document what EMS is doing. Again, another great reason where if there is scene movement or anything like that, your camera would have been able to identify that. It is really important at this time, if anyone else in that scene, that you document their movements through the scene or remove them from the immediate scene completely. It is always preferable that there is more than one officer on scene, but obviously that's not always possible. If more than one officer is on scene, split duties. Someone should control witnesses while someone stays with EMS. Number 4. Separate witnesses from bystanders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
I wonder if the proper conversations were done at 1122.
Me too.
I wonder if that could have changed a narrative around potential fraternity, 4chan type stuff. Because every person, we don't have a list of everyone there, but we know the people that showed up were part of the Greek life, man. Part of Greek Row.
They were.
So, determine who is considered a witness and who is considered a bystander. Witnesses should be separated and kept on scene outside of the crime scene tape to be interviewed by investigators. Bystanders need to be removed from the scene completely.
Outside the crime scene tape, right?
Yeah, if you're to that point yet. And then it says, 5, touch, manipulate as little as possible. Once the scene is secure, a search warrant or consent will be needed to process the scene. If you are still in the scene with EMS or trying to remove witnesses, touch as little as possible. If you must touch something, make sure you are wearing gloves. Latex gloves are better to be worn while manipulating anything in the crime scene. Patrol gloves can absorb biological evidence or contaminate evidence in the scene. If you have moved or manipulated anything in the scene, make sure it is documented for investigators and crime scene personnel. If there is a gun or other... This is interesting.
Okay.
If there is a gun or other dangerous weapons on scene that pose no threat to anyone, leave it alone and document. If you are responding to a reported end yourself with a self-inflicted gunshot wound, that gun is still in the victim's hand. The gun is not going to go off on its own. Do not touch it. There is no reason to clear a weapon for officer safety. If the gun is in hand or near a deceased individual... Yeah, if it's near a deceased individual. If a gun is located in the scene and no one is near it, leave the gun alone. If a gun does pose a threat to officer safety due to multiple people being in the residence, by all means unload the gun and leave it there and document everything. So
if there's a weapon that is there that is not a danger, it should be left alone.
Here's my question. The officer was supposed to clear the scene.
Yeah.
Part of being an officer and being trained and clearing a scene is making sure nobody is in that residence.
Yeah.
And looking for weapons.
Yeah.
And nobody saw a sheath? Hello?
Oh, yeah.
The officer that was on site, how did they know there was no one inside?
So right.
They should have gone inside and cleared every room.
Yeah.
Systematically, one at a time. Probably starting from the bottom up or the top down. Either way, they should have, based on this training of one of the most qualified individuals in the nation, should have been looking for weapons. Number one, this says weapons above all else. You look for people and weapons. And they missed that? In my opinion, if I was that cop's chief or leader, that feels like there needs to be some accountability there.
Yeah, because Payne was like 4 hours late to the scene. Like, what that sheath should have been found within the first, like, 30 minutes.
I agree. When I was reading this, I wasn't even reading it with that intention. I just made that connection while I was reading. I was like, wait. I need to go back. What? That should have been found.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you know, Payne, I feel like they kind of made it sound like, well, it was partially under her body, but next to her. Then how did Payne find it?
From the door. And there better be body cam footage, because here's where it's forgiven. Now, if I was that person's chief, again, I would still hold them accountable. That's like verbal conversation write-up worthy, in my opinion. If the two most important things you're looking for are people and weapons, like, hello, it's the shape of a knife, a large knife. But, so, I don't remember where I was going with that. But anyways, that should have been found. That should have been found. You know what I mean?
No, I absolutely agree with you. And it gets even weirder when Blaker, in his own PCA, says when he was... It's pretty clear they were walking through the crime scene together because they got there together. The same officer walks them through, and that he was notified later the sheath was found, and it was supposedly found by ISP. Payne is not ISP. Yep. He was the lead on this investigation from Moscow Police Department.
Yep.
And supposedly Payne found that knife sheath while on that walkthrough with Blaker.
Yep. There better be body cam footage, man.
Yeah. Like, there has to be. If there's not, I don't know if I can believe anything anymore, to be honest.
It's just going to make it very hard. There's got to be some compelling, convincing evidence, because here's the thing, and this doesn't have anything to do with him being guilty or innocent. We should never be expected to just believe our police officers, in the same way that I don't want my police officers to just be expected to believe me.
No, yeah, for sure.
What good would that police officer be if they're walking around believing everybody?
Like, yeah, no, officer, I don't have a anything in my car right now.
I don't have any weapons or dope in my car. Oh, you're good then, man. Go on, get out of here.
Yeah, I don't have a bomb in my car, and then you go and drive and, like, bomb Town Square or something. Like, you have to verify, you know?
And the same goes for officers. So.
Absolutely.
Number 6, bigger is better. Whoa.
Wait, what?
That's what it says.
That is, like, not very nice.
Place crime scene tape around the scene. If the scene is a residence, place tape around the curtilage of the scene.
The property
if there is a visible evidence in the roadway or outside the immediate curtilage, continue the tape out to secure that area as well. You can always make a scene smaller if you determine the size of the scene is unnecessary, but it's much harder, almost impossible, to expand the scene once evidence has been altered or destroyed. You know what's funny?
The crime scene tape was literally only around the house.
They expanded it.
Yeah.
They did not start big and go in. The first tape is just around the house.
The literal house, like touching the siding of the house.
Yeah. And then the next
tape... Tied to that ladder.
And then the next tape was wider. But that evidence is tainted. Where I'm going with this is like, I keep saying these guys have never been a part of a crime like this. One, I don't see any FBI agents on any of the pictures of the investigation of the initial day this happened. And I wish there were. Because I don't feel like these dudes were ready for this.
No, I don't think they were ready for it either, which is why I think they called for help right away. But if they called for help from ISP and ISP comes and their forensic team comes, you would think that
Did they come and fix all that? Is the second tape really when ISP came in and was like, what is going on here?
Maybe.
This is insane.
That's a good theory, yeah.
Because someone identified it.
Yeah, somebody was like, hey, this isn't, the whole property needs to be taped off. Like, yeah.
So were all of these steps?
Oh, wait, no. He floated in through the top balcony and then landed at the bottom of the stairs on the second floor on 1 foot.
Yes.
He just needed a little bounce, like a little lift off,
Yes, but that's an interesting theory, though, that they came in and tried to fix it, so...
Yeah, no, for real. I think...
But it was too late. There were multiple kids on scene. There was EMTs on scene. There were multiple officers on scene. I mean, shoot, did you know the police car literally pulled up to the house?
When?
When the first police officer that got there pulled up to the house, as far up to the house as they could on that far right side. How do you know there wasn't footsteps there?
Yeah. Or like BLOOD.
I would think you should like block off that driveway and then get out and enter so no one else can go there.
Yeah, like in the street, basically.
Yep. So, number 7. Post officers at the crime scene tape. No one goes into the scene that doesn't need to. Criminal Investigations Division, CID, the crime scene unit, or state agencies, if being used, should be the only ones to enter the scene once it's roped off to avoid contamination or destruction of evidence. If there are a lot of sightseers and or media, create an outer perimeter in addition to the inner perimeter. If it is a large scene, multiple officers need to be used to keep the scene secure. We see that outer perimeter happening here, but I'm going to have pictures up as we're talking through this to go through how it seems like they were unsuccessful with certain things. So,
yeah, I mean, that's why we say incompetence, okay? That's why, because it seems like they're not following standard procedure, that, like, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It just seems like inexperience. But I know some people take issue with that. Like, Get a Clues, like, said, don't pull the incompetence card when they supposedly have the FBI and ISP assisting them. That's not fair anymore to say they're just incompetent when they have all of these, agencies helping them.
Yeah, but my only thing is if they fluked this entire crime scene and then these other agencies get there, I could see them being like, this is already poo-poo. Like,
yeah, you guys did a terrible job.
You guys messed this up and there's nothing I can do to fix it. So... 8. Note any transient evidence and document. Transient evidence is evidence that may be easily destroyed or lost if preservation measures are not taken immediately. Transient evidence may be the odors at the scene, ice in a glass, blood on a portion outside that may be destroyed if it's raining or about to rain, or etc. First responding officers should try to note these things once the scene is secured. The officer can photograph the item before it's destroyed or lost, or cover the evidence so it doesn't get rained on. Ice in a glass may melt by the time the investigators or crime scene unit get into the scene. The ice may be probative to the investigation. Blood outside may indicate the suspect was injured. If it's about to rain, that evidence could be lost. You could put a tarp over it or a tent that may assist in preserving it. If you have a way to collect the blood, go ahead and collect the and preserve the evidence. It is very important to try to obtain photographs of this evidence so the investigators and crime scene personnel know where and in what condition the evidence is when they arrive. So transient evidence. I think that's super important. And it could go into what I was saying, that these guys just weren't ready for this type of crime, because how do we know that transient evidence, even inside the home, didn't get trampled, didn't get walked over, didn't get messed with, didn't get moved, didn't get stuck to the bottom of a shoe, didn't get carried out, didn't get cleaned up, didn't get whatever. There's a million things that could happen here. And as
like the latent shoe print.
Yeah, as I'm reading here, I'm going to show pictures of this house with its doors wide open. Doors wide open, front and back. Okay, that lets in moisture. Did you guys know moisture deteriorates fingerprints?
Really?
Yeah. It removes them from a scene. So why are the doors just open?
Well, I think they're open because when they arrived, the door was already open. So
yeah, there were kids there, but you can close that and not to continue let the outside air filled with moisture into the home. They not only left that open, they opened all of them.
Yeah, I think they were like implying that maybe the killer had left the door open.
They don't know that.
Yeah, because I saw a lot. I mean, we don't know that, especially considering there were people in the crime scene that arrived that morning.
The remaining roommates opened that door and went out. So what do you mean?
Well, that's the rumor, yeah. But we don't know that for certain.
Oh, I mean, 911 had to get called somehow.
Yeah, they could have called somebody over. Like, we still don't know if they called people over and those people came in the home and called 911 from in the home, or if they went outside and it was a passerby.
Yeah.
We don't know that for certain yet.
Yep.
But I've seen some people talk about the open doors before, saying that maybe they thought the killer left it open that much, so they left it open that exact amount for some reason. But
sorry if that's your opinion. That's just not helpful. That cannot be true. What is the benefit? Like, explain it to me.
I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
You just snap a picture and you move on.
Yeah, I think they're talking like dusting for fingerprints, but I don't think that
doesn't
it matters.
Change anything.
Yeah, I don't think it matters how open the door is.
No, it doesn't. So they should have closed it. They risked the entire crime scene doing that for fingerprints and DNA by allowing the moisture into the house. Absolutely. What they should have done is they should have turned off any heat, they should have turned off any AC, and they should have made sure every window was shut and door to preserve that crime scene. Number 9, do not introduce anything to the crime scene unnecessarily. Hello, open doors. Do not make yourself at home in the crime scene. Don't bring your coffee into the scene. Don't sit on the furniture. Don't use any phones in the scene that don't belong to you. Don't use the bathroom in the scene. Don't eat. Don't drink. Don't do anything in the scene. Don't smoke. Don't spit. If you want to smoke, go outside the crime scene tape. But do not throw your cigarette butts on the ground. If you chew tobacco, don't spit in the scene or anywhere in the general area of the scene. Use a spit bottle. Control the scene. Lock down the scene. Do not worry about marking evidence unless there's a potential the evidence may be altered or destroyed without doing so.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, the more you talk about it, the open doors don't make sense. You're totally right. It doesn't.
Nope, they don't.
That's actually, wow.
10, contact the coroner or medical examiner. If the victim is deceased and not being transported to the hospital, a coroner or medical examiner will have to pronounce the victim deceased, make sure they are contacted, and en route to the scene.
Well, so from my research on coroners, it varies. Because in some states and cities, coroners aren't elected officials. Some places have a coroner, but they're not elected. In Moscow, Kathy Mabbitt is the elected coroner.
It's coroner or medical examiner.
Yeah, but some
There's
places...
always one or the other.
Some places don't have a coroner at all.
Yeah, but then those places have medical examiners.
Yeah, but the medical examiner doesn't come to the scene and pronounce them dead.
Yeah. Yes.
Nobody has to come. The coroner doesn't even have to come to the scene to pronounce them dead.
They have to be the one to pronounce them dead. So a coroner or medical examiner are the only ones who can do it. Police officers cannot.
Okay, but that's only official paperwork, because I've seen tons of, people talk about this online, and I've seen articles on it, that there's even instances where, they've driven by a scene and pronounced them dead, or just sat in their office and got called by the cops, and they're like, yeah, we have this and this, and it's just, okay, I pronounce this person dead on a piece of paper because the cops told me they were dead.
Yeah, I understand that, but you're missing the fact that this is one of 4 people that are the top of their class in the entire nation. So if I'm going to take an opinion of anybody, it's going to be somebody that knows what they're doing here. So regardless of what people have said, if you have a coroner or medical examiner, I don't think any of those details that you just said matter. They have to be called.
Yeah, they have to be called.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean they're going to come there.
Maybe, yeah, it doesn't say that, though, in here.
Okay.
So maybe in certain towns, they allow their coroner or medical examiner to accept what the police officer is saying, snap a picture, and send it to them or something of that nature. But here's the thing. If you're a professional and you are the one that is saying that this person is dead and it is your signature, in my opinion, you're making a mistake by just letting someone tell you what your job is.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I see what you're saying.
I would listen to this professional, and in my experience when I'm signing documents, I'm just not willing to sign anything unless I see it with my own 2 eyes.
Yeah, so. Like going off somebody's word, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But, so I've never heard any of those things before. I just want to be very clear for people that regardless, I think you should expect your coroner and medical examiner to come unless they say otherwise. So, because they're the only ones who can make that decision. Police can't, nobody else can.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it appears to vary across the country by quite a bit.
Yeah, but it's
whether
the coroner or medical examiner making the decision, not other people.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not negotiating that.
I understand. The way you were just saying it makes it sound like it can vary because of state law, it can vary because of people on scene, and based on this, that is not true. It can vary because the coroner or medical examiner made the decision to handle it a different way. So.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that distinction's important. I don't know. This is a leader in their field, not a content creator. So to me, that has more value.
Okay, it's just a very general statement. They're not giving any nuances or, I was just providing the fact that it appears to vary quite a bit state to state. Yes, they are the person who declares the victim dead. Yes, they are, but that doesn't mean they've examined them even in some situations.
Right, yeah. A coroner or medical examiner can handle it in their own choosing.
Yeah, they can choose it, yes.
Yep. So, that's interesting. But yeah, it was just like how you were saying it, so.
Okay.
But yeah, I found all of this interesting, super interesting, and related to what I saw on the scene, a lot here. So, I'm curious what you guys think, though. What did you hear in going through some of this and controlling the scene? Does this make sense now? Why they only have 113 pieces? 2 different control lines or whatever it's called, the whatever lines, the tape, 2 different ones of those where it started smaller and went bigger, the doors open, body cam walking through and securing the scene with the knife sheath that I would think should have been seen by an expert, and whatnot.
Yeah, I think it just raises red flags with what we saw in the imagery, like the trash outside. Like you said, the doors open. now I'm curious about going back and looking at a lot of the pictures and seeing what's off, you know? Because, yeah, I think it could make 113 pieces of evidence make more sense.
Yeah, and give the defense a huge area to exploit.
It actually makes the latent shoe print make a little bit more sense, because I know we've all been asking, why only one? And who cleaned that up?
Yeah.
Like, why was it latent? Now, I get some people have said, well, latent doesn't mean it was, you know, that it was blood, but, like, why else talk about it?
Yeah.
If it isn't. Like...
For sure.
You know?
Mm-hmm. But let us know.
So, we are talking Dayton Leroy Rodgers, named as one of the worst serial killers in the U.S. history, especially Oregon history. August 31st, 1987, a hunter randomly comes across in the woods a badly decomposing body. It was on a steep, brushy slope of a privately owned timber farm, 10 miles south of Molalla, Oregon. Over the next 5 days, the county sheriff's office came out and searched the area and found 6 more bodies badly decomposing, all women, all nude, along the same exact hillside, less than 100 yards from each other. And they were soon calling the Molalla Forest murders the worst serial murder in Oregon history. And I have to add that, you know, there were several of these women missing their feet. Their feet were cut off, and one of them in particular had a cut going all the way up, like their body, their torso. That was the one that was the worst mutilated. So, 3 weeks prior to this discovery, Dayton Lee Rodgers, 33 at the time, was arrested on August 7th due to a 911 call because of screams by a Jennifer Lisa Smith at a parking lot of a restaurant in Oak Grove. So the people in that restaurant, neighbors, heard somebody screaming the R word. Screaming it. And help, help, help. And there's 2 guys in particular who, I think one of them was even in a wheelchair, if I'm remembering right from the documentary I watched on this, who raced out there, and they found her with a guy over the top of her, and, you know, she was badly injured, okay, and one thing Dayton Leroy Rodgers did was he stabbed, you know, he tried to cut pieces of them off, literally while alive and tied up. So they go to try to help her. One of the guys immediately starts doing CPR and trying to assist her. And another guy sees a truck speeding off, and he chases that truck.
Whoa.
And he couldn't quite catch up to him, but he got close enough to get a license plate number, and then he comes back to the crime scene where, unfortunately, Jennifer Lisa Smith had been declared dead by authorities that had arrived there, but he was able to give the authorities the license plate number. So they track him down to a small engine repair business that Rodgers lived at with his wife, Sherry, and son, which I think was very little at that point. Very little son, in Woodburn, Oregon. So they talked to him. He had an alcohol problem, which apparently he appeared to have been drinking when they arrived. He seemed like he had been drinking, but not like wasted drunk or anything. They talked to him. Everything seems odd. He says he hadn't been anywhere that night, and one of the officers touches his truck, and it feels how hot it is. He's like, well, somebody was driving this truck and really driving it, you know, like the assumption basically they made was that somebody had been speeding and driving a long way in it because of how hot it was. It was like super hot.
Interesting.
I don't know if how hot a car is means that it was driving for a long time. Do you know? Or going faster just because it's super hot?
I don't think so. I mean, a car gets up to optimal temperature
and it stays
quick.
that.
Yeah.
But it is an indication of this. It was just used.
Yes.
So they're like, well, you know, where did you go? Your truck was just used. Well, I just went to go get a coffee. You know, eventually they decide, you know, there's some weird stuff here. Apparently they searched a little wood-burning stove in his shop, and they found like all these little metal bits of things, like buttons, like little things, like just weird things. They were mementos from victims. Like, one of them was like little, I think, flower things off of a lady's jeans that were metal. Weird.
He kept them in there because they were metal?
Yeah.
Weird.
Like, it's
That's
like...
kind of smart, actually.
It's like jewelry, so it was jewelry...
Because it couldn't melt and would be safe.
Right. And people wouldn't really typically look in ashes.
Yeah.
Which
Whoa.
I guess you kind of... I would consider... Like, Rex Heuermann burned things in his backyard. I think I would consider checking ashes, because what is the easiest way to try to get rid of something? It is to burn it. And sometimes not every piece of it burns. Like jewelry, like metal bits of somebody's clothes. Like, think about your jeans, the rivets and jeans and stuff. They arrest him, actually, that night on, you know, the murder of Jennifer Lisa Smith. And they look into his past. And his past, let me tell you, is not very good. So he had a history of sadistic crimes against women. And let's go back to the beginning of Dayton Leroy Rodgers. So interesting. We hear this Rodgers name again. And Papa Rodgers.
Yeah.
Elliot Rodgers. Well, Dayton Leroy Rodgers was the youngest of 3 kids born in Moscow, Idaho in 1954. His parents apparently moved a lot and adopted a lot of kids, like, along the way.
Okay.
And apparently his father was pretty abusive, like, for seemingly no reason, like one of those abusive people that just has outbursts and abuses you, like, for no apparent reason.
Well, that's weird and unfortunate for him.
Yeah, and he ended up becoming like a juvenile crime, like
delinquent.
Yeah,
yep.
Yeah, juvenile delinquent. I was trying to think of that word. So in 7th grade, he was arrested for shooting a BB gun at passing cars. And then within his teen years, he actually stabbed a 15-year-old girl in the chest, and she survived. So It was 1972. He drove his girlfriends into the woods for sex. And I don't really understand the reason behind this, okay? Apparently just randomly, like they're having a good time, he just leans over and starts stabbing her with a hunting knife in her abdomen and chest. And she asked him why he did it, and he said it's because he couldn't trust her anymore. But they were, like, having a good time. It's really weird. But you know what she did? She literally, with stab wounds in her, manipulates and convinces him to take her to the hospital. And promises she won't, like, rat on him. But the hospital doesn't believe her story. And eventually she's like, she fesses up and she tells the cops. Right. So he ended up pleading to second-degree assault in 1973, and he got 4 years probation.
I would have been scared if I was her.
This is another person who just seemed to keep escaping law enforcement or getting off on minor, like almost like a minor infraction for something that is not a minor infraction. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that should be a felony right there.
It should be a felony
assault.
and prison time, not 4 years probation. So a year after that, he attacks 2 15-year-old girls with a pop bottle, a soda bottle. And he gets second and third degree assault charges, and he was acquitted by reason of mental illness or defect, the Oregon equivalent to insanity. And he was committed to a state hospital and got released literally a year later. And get this. The lady who signed off on his release said, like, yes, he's good to go. Okay, all the nice things, he's good to go. But then within her notes, she put he was a danger to society. But he was still released.
Yeah, because she said he's good to go.
But then, well, in my notes, I put that he was like a danger to society and hadn't changed at all. And when I asked him, she said something like, when I asked him if he regretted anything about, what his actions before, he just said, well, next time I just won't get caught, or I'll learn how to hide it better, or I'll make sure there's no witnesses, something like that. I think he said, I'll make sure there's no witness next time.
Gosh.
Yeah, and he still gets let out. Like, that just irks me. And that's honestly why the Jeremy Best situation bothers me too. Like, I feel like nowadays we shouldn't have that ability to let out somebody who is a harm to others and themselves. Like, we should be smarter than that by now. You know what I mean? And money shouldn't matter. People's lives matter more than money. So yeah, he has this long history of this, and then he moves on to prostitutes, okay? He ends up getting out, and he gets married and has his kid, and that's almost like a cover for him, honestly, in his mechanic shop, because he did get like some training while he was in jail for another girl's assault, and that was basically his cover, and he specifically targeted prostitutes. Now, I heard that the reason he did is because his father, the abusive one growing up, kind of set this idea in his head that men can do whatever they want to women. And growing up, he had an obsession with his sister's feet. To the point that he pleasured himself to his sister's feet.
Okay, well, that's just some weird fetish stuff.
Yeah, well, that's why he cut the women's feet off. And some of the survivors of this man, the sex workers of this man, literally said that they would get in the car, okay, that he would tell them what he wanted. He wanted to tie them up and everything, but not tell them about the whole cutting you up part. And then would start literally actively like cutting or biting those areas while they're like they're there. They're like alive. And he's like trying to cut off their foot.
Yeah, it sounds horrible. It sounds awful.
And based off of that is how cops started being like, oh, these victims that we found deceased that have their feet cut off, this was probably done to them while they were alive, because it happened to this girl who survived him, that he tried cutting off her freaking foot. And one girl...
Such a weird thing.
I know. And one girl that survived him, the one that had she had a scar on her leg from him trying to cut off her foot. They asked her, like, well, why did he let you go if he was to that point of trying to cut off your foot? And she's like, well, you know, I didn't really react. She said, I just sat there, you know, when it was happening. And I think he asked her some kind of question, like, you know, like, what's going on with you? Like, you don't care that I'm trying to cut off your foot? Like, something, like, checked in with her, and she was like, yeah, she's like, I understand where I am, like, in this forest, and I know if I scream, nobody's gonna help me. She's like, you're gonna kill me anyway, so just get it over with already. Nobody cares if I live or die. And he was like, all right, screw this. You don't care enough.
Jeez. That's so strange, but it makes sense.
He literally let her go because she didn't care if she lived or died.
Yeah, it makes sense because it's the power and control.
Exactly. That's what he was addicted to.
I think that's what every one of them are addicted to.
Which is what we were talking about earlier with, like, how serial killing is an addiction.
Yeah. Yep.
They're literally addicted to the power and control, and that can either come from the act of killing or what happens before that. Because for some of them, it is not about the killing. That's not what's important.
Yep. It's the stalking.
It's the stalking, and it's what they do to the person once they have them, but the killing is just to get rid of them. But yeah, they, you know, the victims range from like 15, 16, 26, 35. It's really sad, but here's the thing, is he ended up he gets arrested, you know, we're back up to speed in the current time where, you know, Jennifer Lisa Smith, he's going to court for her death, okay, because he got arrested, he gets charged and everything, and he ends up going the route of saying that he killed her out of self-defense.
What?
Yeah. And that he picked her up, okay, and she was a prostitute, a sex worker, and they get in the car. He tells her he would like to bondage her, and she says okay, and they get started, and for some reason he looks away or does something, or goes out to, like, maybe go pee, I don't know, and then when he gets back in or turns around, she has slipped off one of her restraints and got into the glove box where he had a knife and said, give me, and puts it up to his neck and says, give me all your money. And he was like, you know, I don't know, there was some kind of altercation. She ends up getting out.
It's the bias to prostitute.
Exactly. That's what he was using against them.
Yep.
And then she gets out somehow and runs away, and he chases her down and stabs her. Like that. You just disproved your own statement that it was self-defense. Because if she got out and ran, you were now the pursuer.
Yeah.
You are not defending yourself anymore. You're chasing her.
Yeah.
So stupid.
And he got off?
No, he did not get off.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, geez.
But that man is still alive now. He got the death sentence. And he got, so he had the trial for Jennifer, and then he has a trial for the other victims. He gets convicted to death for everything, and then he got his death sentence overturned, like literally for multiple times. Like multiple of these victims, he gets it overturned. But the jury still came back every time and said, you are absolutely guilty and you are going to be in prison for life. Okay? So he's still in prison and alive, but it's...
Jeez.
It's interesting.
So how many victims does he have? Did it give you the total?
There's only 7 known.
Okay.
Maybe 8, actually. Maybe 8 known. But I have seen that because of that little stove, remember we talked about the wood-burning stove?
Yep.
Well, apparently with how much jewelry and like pieces of the metal bits from people's clothing and stuff was found in that stove, apparently it was so much that they think there's no way that that's the actual number. They think that it's more. And apparently all 7 of the victims that were found in the forest all happened in a 2-month time period.
Geez.
So he went from being an assaulter. We talked about the 15-year-old girlfriend. We talked about the other 2 15-year-olds a year later. Then there's another one and another one. Like he does, but those were years apart. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was a progression there, and they had some time between them. And there's even the time where he's trying to get his life together, and he goes to church and gets married, and his wife was a super religious person, and it gave him the benefit of the doubt every time until she couldn't anymore because it was apparent that he was the killer and got arrested. You know, like she trusted him and believed him every time he said he was going out to like work in the shop, and then he would wait till she was asleep and then go out and do this every night, you know. But he got to a point where he went into this like, what do they call it? A blood frenzy or something? There's some official name for it, actually, where, like, it's almost... I heard it described as the killers almost go into a state of, like, if they can't kill, they almost have, like, these physical symptoms they can't get rid of until they kill. Like, in his case, it was supposedly a headache he couldn't get rid of. And when he would do the killing, he would feel better. Really strange how the mind works, man.
Yeah.
Really, really strange.
Well, the mind makes up physical symptoms all the time.
Yeah. So I thought it was interesting that he was from Moscow, Idaho. And I don't... Now, he did use like a knife, but he also used like a hacksaw on, you know, cutting off the feet. But... do you think there's any possible way, like, isn't that weird, Papa Rodgers, and, like, this is one serial killer from Moscow, Idaho, who's, like, notorious? Now, he did move to Oregon, okay, and do all this in Oregon, but he was literally born in Moscow, Idaho. That just seems so strange to me, and for his last name to be Rodgers. Now, unlike Elliot Rodgers and Papa Rodgers, it is spelt the normal way, where it's just Rogers.
What? It's Glenn?
Dayton Leroy Rogers.
Oh, okay.
Who's that?
Just
it's another killer.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's 7 to 8 victims. Yeah, it says right here, but he is in Clackamas County, Oregon. I believe that's where he's being held now. But yeah.
Yeah,
really
that is crazy stuff.
Really, really weird. Really weird.
What's interesting is there's like 4 or 5 Rodgers serial killers. The last call killer was last named Rodgers. The cross country killer is last named Rodgers. The Casanova killer is last name Rodgers. Then you have Papa Rodgers. Like, jeez. Mr. Roger.
That's super weird. I mean, Roger, I guess, is kind of a common name. Is that why? Because it's just a common, like, white people name in America?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't think I ever knew any Roger. First name Roger or last name Roger.
I have known a first name Roger, but not a last name Roger.
Yeah. Strange.
And that's literally only one person ever in my whole life that I've known that had the name Roger in first or last name. One.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. But, you know, if you guys noticed anything within this that you feel like is relevant at all? The only relevant thing I could find is that he's a serial killer from Moscow, Idaho, and it's kind of weird.
And used a knife.
Mm-hmm. Was obsessed with women, sex workers, obsessed with feet, you know?
Yeah.
A fetish. Like Kohberger's tickling fetish. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I mean, it is like a real fetish tickling, but that's...
Yeah, it is.
Not saying he had that fetish, but, yep. Just let me know what you think about the case of Dayton Lee Rogers from Moscow, Idaho. Case closed.
Closed and locked. All right, everybody, that is the last case story, case study, case on the docket tonight. Make sure you had a good time tonight. Make sure you do all the podcast things. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that notify button. Leave us a comment. Let us know how we're doing. If you have any suggestions, leave those suggestions in the comments. You can also email us too, but honestly, leaving it in the comments section, it gets my attention so much more because I have a habit built to look at the comments every couple of hours to respond and things like that for active videos that we have out because we drop a couple every day. So if you have something that you want to suggest and you want it to be seen quick, comments are literally the best place you can put them, better than even in email or anything like that. If you send something to us in email, give us a few days to respond to that. But make sure you leave some comments, help us get that spread on, hit that like button, hit that notify button. Check us out on Spotify, Apple, Amazon, Google under The True Crime Talk Show and Thought Riot Podcast, the True Crime and Criminal Culture Podcast. We appreciate all you being here. We appreciate all of you hanging out. We appreciate all of you for just being you. Make sure you bring all your ideas, opinions, theories, and everything in between to the Thought Riot Podcast. Thought Riot Podcast. Because we accept everybody's opinions. This is a true think tank. We want to hear everything. Every little baby, tiny, eensy, weensy little detail. And we want to hear it from you.
Absolutely what he said. He's so long-winded, he takes all the good things to say.
I mean, share the...
But yes,
when we're live.
I appreciate y'all being here and listening to the podcast all the way through. We are live Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. And yeah, come join. It's fun. And we usually do, there's several nights a week we do premieres, premiere of a clip from this podcast. And then we talk about it after to dive deeper into it, talk about what's going on currently around the true crime community. And yeah, we would love to have you.
Yes, we would.
But that's it for episode 23 of the Thought Riot Podcast. Leave some love and have a good day or night wherever you are.
All right. That is it. And we will see you later.
Next time.